podcast is part of the Sports Social podcast.
First of all, we're here to talk about Nadal, Djokovic, quarterfinal, French Open semi-final. Why this match, Owen?
Well, I think it was year-defining in a lot of ways. I think it, not at the time as much as people said it did, I think, but it was sort of a final before a final. I think the winner of that was likely going to win the tournament. In Nadal's case, that's what happened. And, you know, he went on, he had already won the Australian Open, so he got 2 majors this year. Djokovic got 1, 59th edition of their rivalry. And I think the quality was pretty good too. Not as good as their semifinal last year, but I thought it was a fun match.
Yeah, I think the semi-final from the previous year actually is kind of really where I want to begin, because I do think, for me, going into that quarterfinal, it was kind of very much in the background, very much, or in the build-up anyway. I thought that was, you know, quite significant. I took a screenshot here from just before that match began. I mean, it was 29-28 going into that semi-final.
Yeah. And it seems like Nadal would tie it up, didn't it?
Yeah, right. Exactly. I think it's funny because I went into that semi-final thinking Nadal would win, but I went into the quarterfinal in this year thinking that Djokovic would win for very similar reasons, because the form had kind of swung the other way. Yeah,
I agree. I mean, I wasn't favoring Djokovic as heavily as a lot of people. Like, I was kind of non-committal on who would win, but like, gun to my head, I would have said Djokovic. And I think that was partly because of form. He had won like 22 sets in a row, won Rome. Nadal's foot flared up in Rome. And even though his first 4 matches in Paris, he looked okay, he got taken to 5 by Felix Auger-Aliassime. And so at that point, I'm thinking, okay, you know, form probably not quite there, even though it wasn't the 5th set of that match. And he's at a physical deficit now that he's played 5 sets in the previous round. So yeah, it seemed like advantage Djokovic.
Did you take much stock from the fact that it was going to be played at night? There was a lot sort of made about that before the match began.
I didn't really. I mean, you know, at the time I was like, this maybe could be good for Djokovic because Nadal isn't going to get as much bounce off the court. But a lot of people were saying like, oh, Nadal needs this to happen during the day. And it's like, if he plays his best, he doesn't really need anything. This is his court. And a lot of Nadal fans took umbrage at the fact that I was saying that. And they're like, you know, he's 36, like he needs the conditions. I'm like, well, you know, Djokovic is 35. Like, I know that Djokovic is like younger game wise now. Like he hasn't declined as much, but like, I just thought it was ridiculous that people thought he needed the day session to win. And, you know, the result backs that up, which I was pleased about, because I think I got blocked by a couple of people when I said that on Twitter. So. Oh, really?
I mean, the thing is, I think that one of the reasons why I guess the commentators as well, because they were taking great stock. In fact, I took this picture as Alex Correia and some of the other guys at Eurosport were talking about it. And I think that there are such fine lines generally, with the exception of those slam finals in 2019 in Australia and 2020 or even in the 2020 final, that the margins are still tight. You know, if Novak can win that 3rd set, who knows how that match will pan out.
And 3 points away from doing it. Like, it was
exactly. So the fact is that they are so tight that I guess that's one of the reasons commentators really do latch on to these things. Just before we get to the match itself, though, you touched on the runs that they had. I think that also played into the narrative for me that Djokovic was the favorite. And also, I remember a press conference that Djokovic gave. I know they do psychology in their own personal ways. We know that Rafa sort of treats every, you know, he's in the first round of a 250 and he's talking about it like it's a slam final against the world number 250. You know what I mean? So we know that from Rafa. But I think Djokovic probably comes a bit closer to how he really is feeling.
He's very honest.
Exactly.
Especially now at this point in his career. Yeah.
And he said he had really good feelings going into this quarterfinal. And I think that partly because of the run that he had, I mean, you would argue maybe it wasn't that challenging, but probably it was at least as challenging as Rafa's, although perhaps looking back, that Felix match was more challenging. But we'll come to Rafa's run in a second. I mean, basically, he swats everyone aside in straight sets, but he's playing better and better and better. And against Schwartzman, who is a top 20 player in the world, arguably top 10 on clay, at his peak probably a year before, 2 years before, even better. But, you know, Schwartzman got 7 games.
Yeah, I was at that match in the Sands, and it was it wasn't close whatsoever. I mean, Schwartzman had a 3-0 lead in the second set, and at no point did I think he was going to win the set, because you just knew as soon as Djokovic raised his level 5-10%, it was over. And yeah, he was just sliding all over the place. Like he looked really, really good. And I think the one thing with that was it was going to be a big step up from Schwartzman to Nadal, both matchup wise and game wise, even if Djokovic had been able to beat Nadal. And so I knew that there would be some complications in the quarterfinal, even if he ended up winning it.
Do you think, it's a really good point, because it is something that people said, I think people said it once or twice before the match. And when I say people, I mean tennis Twitter or a few commentators.
Of course.
But more so retrospectively, people started saying, oh, well, maybe that Nadal match with 5 sets with Felix really helped Rafa. And the fact that Djokovic hadn't been tested did hinder him. Do you take any stock in that now, looking back?
I think I do, yeah, because at the time I thought like, oh, Nadal's going to be tired, but he wasn't. And so I think if you don't suffer from the fatigue, then yeah, you absolutely benefit from having to hit more difficult low margin shots, playing for longer, because it like gets you sharp, you know? I mean, something I think of is at Wimbledon in 2019, I think Federer played Nishikori in the quarters, and he won pretty comfortably in 4, but there were some tight moments, a lot of baseline rallies, had to hit a lot of passing shots. And so then when he came into the semis against Rafa and his ground strokes were razor sharp, I kind of feel like that quarterfinal with Nishikori was the reason why, because he was tested. And, you know, in that tournament, Nadal comparatively had a bunch of easy wins, hadn't really had to do anything crazy. And then when he came up against a great version of Federer, it was like he wasn't ready to hit the shots he needed to.
Yeah, I actually think it's quite interesting the way this year has panned out for Rafa in terms of the slams, in that he's often played early in the tournaments. We remember in Australia where he had a 3-day break as a result between his quarter and his semi, which I think was really important for him after the Chapeau. And a similar thing, of course, occurred in France. So what I noticed is that many years gone by, and we do know that the big players do have their say, despite Federer sort of trying to give it a straight bat a few years ago in New York. We do know that at least if they say, listen, here's an example at the French Open this year. Rafa was asked, I think, at the beginning of the tournament, there's a big match next Saturday in Madrid, in Paris, between Madrid and Liverpool. Are you going? You know, he said, well, you know, I don't make the schedule, blah, 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 but I'll be there. And that's a week before. So
a little bit of a contradictory answer there, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So, and in fact, I don't know if it's as a result of that match, but he didn't play on the Saturday. He played on the Friday against Botic. Yeah. And throughout the tournament, I think he started on the Monday. So he's certainly in the earlier starters, if you like. I know some people start on the Sunday in the French Open, but similar thing. Whereas actually, when he goes for the 1000s, I think he always has. We saw it just recently in Paris-Bercy, where he's one of the last to take his match in that particular batch. And I think he likes that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or whatever it pans out, and in a smaller tournament, if you like. Whereas I think it was really useful for him this year, having the 3 days before he played Zverev, for example. I know we all know what happened there, but I do think that it was beneficial at the 2 slams to play a bit earlier in the tournament and therefore spread it out a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the days off are huge. Like, I think in some cases, a major, even though it's specified for the guys, can be less physically challenging than something like the World Tour Finals when you're just playing top opponents every day. And, you know, like if you're playing 5 sets in majors and straight setters at the World Tour Finals, then obviously the major is tougher. But like if at the major, like you play 5 sets and then you have like 1 day off or 2 days off, then like it's not a big deal. And Nadal, he still has great endurance. I mean, he won the Australian Open final in 5 hours and 24 minutes. And so I think if he's okay physically in terms of injuries, then he can recover from a lot still, even though he's maybe not as good as that at that as he used to be.
Yeah. Okay. So most commentators, and me included, thought that Djokovic was the favorite. Djokovic said he had good feelings. However, the beginning of the match, were you surprised at Rafa's flying start? And I mean, I think he broke in the first game. Did that take you by surprise at all? Do you think it took Novak by surprise?
I think it took Novak by surprise. It didn't really surprise me once it got going. Like once he got off the double break, part of me was like, wow, he's playing really well. And I thought Djokovic would win. But then I was like, well, you know, of course this is happening. This is what happened the last 2 years they played at Roland Garros. So like, you know, 2020 6-0, 2021 was 5-0 set points for 6-1 and then 6-3. And so I was like, you know, maybe Djokovic still wins the match, but like, I shouldn't be surprised by this. Other people shouldn't be surprised by this. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, was there anything about the first set in terms of point construction that particularly, I mean, you were there in the stadium, which I think is
Yeah.
another, I mean, you and I just mentioned how I think we met the following day actually, and I messed up with my tickets. I bought my tickets weeks in advance and blah, blah, blah. And then I realized, oh, once the draw came out and I saw Alcaraz, Zverev, Djokovic and Nadal all playing, as I said, early on in the tournament, I thought,
Yeah.
oh, I've got Wednesday's quarterfinals.
Yeah. It was tough to know though. I mean, even with the
Yeah.
night session tickets, like we had no idea that this would be the night session. If you remember, there was a huge debate over like which match is going to be the night session. Like, and there were people who were convinced it was going to be both ways. But yeah, I mean, watching it from the stands, it was, I mean, one of the great experiences I've had. I think in that first set, Nadal, just the aggression with the forehand was the main thing. But I think also he was defending really well. And that was big because, I mean, historically, they are the two greatest defenders ever. But right now, Djokovic has declined less. And so he's the better defender. But in this match, I think Nadal defended at least as well. And that was a surprise, at least at first, because he was neutralizing a lot of Djokovic's offense. And he was overpowering Djokovic himself. And so it just seemed like he had control of a lot more of the rallies than I thought he would.
What I thought as well as the tournament progressed, and even more so this particular match as well, the concerns over Nadal's foot, which of course were huge, bearing in mind that just 2 or 3 weeks before he limped off the court against Shapovalov, was it in Rome, that he lost to in an early round there. And of course, Rafa also said, by the way, that he was really particularly upset, apart from the obvious reasons, that he started to feel as though he was really coming into good form. I think he beat Opelka the day before, and then he plays really well in the first set against Shapo. Anyway, the foot injury, he kept using this expression about putting it to sleep, basically, throughout the tournament. And obviously, that's not a long-term solution, but it was a 2-week solution at the very least. And I think it sort of the thoughts about it kind of disappeared as the tournament progressed, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially once he started playing this well against Djokovic, it was like, okay, it's not going to be a problem. Although I also did think like it wasn't a problem at last year's French Open either until that Djokovic match. And I mean, and I feel like Djokovic was kind of the only one who was going to force it to be a problem because of that, 91-minute third set. Like, if that set doesn't happen, or if he plays someone else, like chances are he probably wins because he can beat them easily enough. But Djokovic was the only one who could drag him into that place where, he had to run on it enough that it started to bother him. That was my take anyway.
Mine as well. And from that, semi-final from the year before, I think if Rafa does win that third set tiebreak, of course, he went up a break in the fourth set in 2021. But he was just, I don't know can't remember exactly how those first 2 games panned out, but then he lost 6 games in a row. And I think that said everything. But anyway, back to this one. So I also thought that Rafa, not just necessarily in the first set, but I thought Rafa's backhand was also pretty impressive in this match.
Yeah, I thought so too. And early on, Djokovic sort of tried to attack that side with like the angled forehands that he used so well in their match last year. That was like the big revelation of that match because he hit that shot constantly and he hit it really, really well. And Nadal didn't really have an answer. But early on here, he was kind of slicing it down the line, and that gave him time to get back in position. And he was dealing with it better than he did last year. And so I was both thinking like, wow, he's playing really well. And also like Djokovic is going to have to change tactics because what he did last year isn't going to get it done.
So last year, 2021, there was a turning point in the match. I mean, by the way, this one was even more, further away from Novak, if you like, because Rafa won the first set last year, but towards the end of that first set, it was really, he was hanging on, and then Novak sort of ran away with the second set. But this time, Rafa goes up a double break, albeit only 3-love in the second set. What were your thoughts at this point in the match?
I mean, I thought it was over. You win 9 of the first 11 games, even against Novak Djokovic, and you've got to think your chances are pretty good. And if the person doing that is Nadal on Philippe Chatrier, then he had never lost from a set in a double breakup to Djokovic. He had never lost from a set in a breakup at Roland Garros. So I don't know, it just seemed like he wasn't slowing down. I didn't think Djokovic was playing badly, but he obviously wasn't as good as he needed to be. And so I guess my thinking was just like, no chance Nadal loses this set because I I thought this during the match, and then I ran the numbers on it later. Nadal's never lost a set from a double break up against Djokovic. I don't think either of them has ever blown a double break lead in a set to the other one in all 59 matches that they've played. And so I was like, it's not going to happen here on his favorite court. And then once he goes up 2 sets, that's it. So yeah, those were my feelings.
So you open Google Chrome on your phone, you're hunting for a super rare first edition vinyl of a band you're obsessed with when you're supposed to be working. But this site you tapped on seems pretty shady. And Daryl from IT just jumped up from his desk. Oh no, he's coming your way. It's a good thing built-in malware protection keeps you safe and sound. Not from Daryl though, sorry. There's no place like Chrome. Download Google Chrome on your phone.
It lasted quite a while, but Rafa was struggling to hold serve. I think maybe even in these first couple of games as well, that I didn't quite see it as a done deal, if you like. I just thought that this, if you get a break back on clay, and you know that Djokovic, even if it's Rafa Nadal, even if it's Philippe Chatrier, you never know. And that's exactly what did happen. I mean, once that did happen, listen, I mean, momentum and all the rest of it. So incredibly, Djokovic fights back to take that set from a double break down.
Yeah.
I mean, did Djokovic do something different? Did he just start playing better, or was there anything more sort of nuanced in that second set?
It wasn't nuanced at all. He started redlining and blasting every return and forehand, and everything went in. I mean, you're right about the serve pressure, but that didn't really start until 3-2. In the 3-0 game, Nadal went up 30-15, and then he made 3 straight errors to get broken. And so he sort of opened the door a bit there. But then, after that, it was all Djokovic. Like that 3-2 game, he was scorching returns on first and second serve. He hit one forehand winner that was like 99 miles an hour. And it was at that point that I started thinking like, okay, this could get interesting because he just completely committed to the strategy and just blasted everything. And it works. I mean, he broke Nadal 3 times in 4 games, and like they weren't easy games. He had a tough game at 3-all where Nadal hit a break point. And so if he loses that, maybe he loses the set anyway. But it was a pretty incredible escape act.
I actually just remembered as well, the return, I think, did go up a notch or 2, at least probably just in terms of aggression. Maybe he just thought, I've got to go for this a lot more on the return. I just have an image really from 3-love up in this set until the beginning of the third set, and maybe even during the third set as well, but maybe Rafa dealt with it better. It's just Rafa constantly having to scoop up an unbelievable return by his feet. He literally just finished his service action, and he's got to get ready and get his feet in order to get a return. And from that moment onwards, he just was kind of behind in every point, almost on his serve, for certainly throughout this second set. And I would even argue, really, even during the third set, I just think that maybe Rafa could manage to get back in the rally somehow. It was almost like Rafa was serving, but he was the one under pressure all the time because he wasn't in charge of the point.
Yeah, on first and second serve as well. I mean, to give you an idea of how devastating the returning was, by the end of the second set, Nadal's winning percentage on his first serve was all the way down to 58%, which is horrible. But like it had started really high. I think he even he won something like 8 out of his first 10 second serve points, and then that was way down too. It was just Djokovic was seeing everything like a beach ball, and hitting everything back on the baseline.
If I thought before the match that it was 70-30 in Novak's favor, at the end of the second set, having obviously got the second set after being a double breakdown, I must have been thinking something like 80-20. I certainly felt even better for Djokovic going into the third set than I did into the match at the beginning. As you can imagine, such a huge momentum shift. Also, what happened a year before when the momentum shifted there as well. I just thought, I just couldn't see Novak losing from this exact moment that we've got on the screen right now at the beginning of the third set. Yeah,
I mean, those were sort of my thoughts too. And I think also that second set was 88 minutes. And so at that point, Djokovic had, succeeded in making the match a war of attrition, which was what last year's match was. And he won that one. And so I was thinking now he's got a physical advantage. Nadal played 5 sets in the previous round. This will probably have a similar ending to last year. And then things changed again in a hurry. Yeah, like the right from the start of the third set.
Owen, I think it's really interesting you bring up the physical point right now, because
Yeah.
it was around this time as well, maybe at various points in sets 3 and 4, that I did start to notice some Novak stretches.
Yep.
That we know he's very famous for off the court and even during points necessarily, but I don't very often. We've just seen it recently in Paris-Bercy as well in the final again.
I'm glad you brought
Holger
that up.
Rune.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed, and I remember him doing this a few months ago in Paris. And don't forget, of course, Djokovic had gone out early in Monte Carlo to Davidovich-Fokina.
Right.
There was an issue, I think, in the first 6 months of this year with Novak just barely playing. I think in the second 6 months, his fitness has been almost just perfect in terms of where he was at Wimbledon.
Agreed.
And then during the indoor hardcourt season, he's just perfectly fresh, that he's kind of at the peak of his powers again. But in this match, interestingly, I do think Rafa was as fresh as a daisy in sets 3 and 4, and I think Novak was struggling a bit.
Yeah, and I think a couple of things went into that. Over the course of the clay season, I sort of thought he was then what he is now. Like he was physically off, but he's played enough matches that he's got it back. But what I didn't take into account was that he didn't have to battle in Rome or in Paris before the Rafa match. And so I think he was still physically undercooked. He wasn't ready for the 4-hour battle. And I also think that just the push he made in the second set sapped a ton of energy. Because he was redlining and hitting every ball as hard as he could for an hour and a half. Like that, a comeback really takes it out of you when you're fighting from behind. Like another thing I think of is, the 2008 Wimbledon final. I think even though Federer had that great comeback to take it to a fifth from 2 sets down, like I think it sapped his energy, right? Like fighting from behind for that long is exhausting. And so I think at the start of the third set, not only was Djokovic in territory he hadn't experienced for a while, his level went down because his play had been so low margin. And like you said, Nadal was fresh. And so I think that's kind of why the third set was as lopsided as it was, which was a surprise at the time, but is maybe more explicable in retrospect.
Yeah. Basically every single prediction through Nadal and Djokovic at the French Open of the last 3 years for me, and even just when it comes to sets and momentum, I've got it entirely wrong. I remember 2020, I went into the final thinking that Novak would win. I went into 2021 thinking that Rafa would win. But even just looking at points of this match, at the beginning of the match, I thought Novak would win. And then at various points, I thought Novak's even more likely to win, if you like. I think if without sounding clever after the event, there is a moment, interestingly, during the fourth set, even though Rafa was a breakdown, where I think Rafa, there was something that was going on, whether it was looks that Rafa was giving to his box, just looking at Rafa's body language. I just thought, and also Novak as well, to some extent, seeing how he was behaving, I just thought Rafa thinks he's got this. He was a breakdown throughout, I think, most of the fourth set. And of course, Novak went on to serve for that set. So you would think, if anything, the body language should be more positive for Novak. Winning the fourth set would give him momentum going to the fifth set. But I just felt that maybe I just felt as well that my eyes were telling me as well, Rafa's actually playing better here, despite the fact he's a breakdown.
I agree. And I think a big part of that was after the break, so it was 2-0, and then Djokovic played a great game to make it 3-0. And after that, Nadal was holding really easily. Djokovic lost his rhythm on the return. He didn't get close to breaking again for the rest of the match. And Nadal didn't break until 3-5, but he was in the return games. He was hitting winners. He made a couple forehand errors on 40-30 points or 15 all points where he could have gotten more into return games. But yeah, you're right. The balance was definitely shifting, even though the score didn't reflect that. The crowd was getting more behind Nadal. He looks to have more energy. Yeah, it felt like there was a twist coming.
What was it like in the stadium in terms of the support for each player? Watching on TV, because I heard different people saying different things on that level. Watching on TV, it felt 70-30, but perhaps in the stadium, you'll have a better idea. What would you say?
Yeah, I don't think TV did justice to how behind Nadal the crowd was. I mean, he came out and he got an enormous cheer. Djokovic got cheers, but also some boos. Yeah, I mean, it felt more like 95-5 or 90-10. I mean, in the middle of the second set, Djokovic hits a bad drop shot, Nadal goes up to like put it away, and you can hear someone in the crowd yell, "Hit him!" Like before he hits it. You know, like there were boos when he waxed the net at the start of the fourth set.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I do think the crowd played a factor in the match. I think Nadal got a lot of energy from them in the fourth set.
After the match, I remember Goran Ivanisevic making some interesting
Yeah,
comments.
it was a great interview. Yeah,
Yeah, what did you make of that?
I mean, well, it was funny because like historically, the crowd doesn't bother Djokovic, right? Or like it doesn't bother him to the extent that he loses because of them. Like, I mean, we've seen it in the past, like 2015 US Open final with Federer and 2019 Wimbledon final. Like you get through that, you can get through anything. People always say stir up the crowd against him, but all I think that ever does, like it bothers him momentarily and then he finds his game again. But here, I think some combination of the crowd and the opponent, like if it's a different opponent, crowd doesn't matter, put it that way. But I think that a combination of the way Nadal played and the way the crowd was just threw him off a little bit.
Yeah. So Rafa does break back in this game that we're seeing.
Yeah, in a great
now.
game. Both players hit winners. Djokovic made a couple key mistakes at important moments, but he didn't choke that. It was Nadal hit like 5 winners in that return game.
I also think I mentioned this confidence that I was seeing more than usual, I would say, with Rafa. Rafa tends to sort of seem to be a bit anxious in the way he appears, but I sense this air of confidence between him and his team. If anything, it's Carlos Moya who appears the more confident. And I think as well that Rafa was still feeling good enough that he thought, if this goes to a 5th, I'm playing better right now. I'm pushing my opponent on his serve. I'm comfortable on mine. Whatever happens, whether I win the tiebreak, whether I break back, I'm going to win the 5th set. That's what for the first time, and probably my only prediction in the last 3 years of French Open matches, I did sort of have the right sense, if you like, because of course we know how the match panned out. So Rafa now breaks back, gets it back to 5-all. There's a couple of epic points I remember in the 5-all game. What are your thoughts in this period of the match, which turned out to be the crucial part, of course?
Well, I think even at this point, it seems like Nadal would win because even after getting the break back, he had to serve to stay in the set at 4-5 and 5-6. And the Djokovic of the second set would have made that hell for him, even if he had been able to hold. And he just held easily. I think he lost 1 point across the 2 games. And so I was like, okay, he's not losing this. Like he's playing well and the edge has come off Djokovic. Like, I don't think Djokovic fist pumped once for the rest of the match after that 5-3 game. I'm not saying he tanked it, but he was not fully there after that. It broke his spirit a bit.
There was a point, and it might have been in the 5-3 game itself, which is bizarre, bearing in mind he was serving for the set. For the set. There might have been a point where it was a poor drop shot from Rafa that he didn't chase down.
Yeah, first point of the game.
Yeah, and I just thought that's unusual. And I think that would also, I talked about these stretches that he would sort of get ready to return serve on a few occasions, and he would sort of just get his back kind of ready and his whole body contorted. And he just didn't look comfortable. And that was an interesting point. We know these drop shots. Rafa seems to put a bit more height on his drop shots than most players. Maybe it's more so on clay. And this was one of those that seemed to land in a pretty good position for his opponent. But
yeah, I mean, on the service line, essentially.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, and my take at the time was just that it was so unexpected that he couldn't run for it no matter where it landed. And so he, like, his weight was on his back foot or something. But yeah, there was something weird about that because, like, even if you're fooled, you should be able to get to that one. And it seemed like a calculated choice to not bother. He won most of his points in that service game with big serves. And so I wonder if that was sort of what he was thinking. He's like, I will just try to serve my way through this game and do as little running as possible. I mean, I don't know. I can't see inside his head. But yeah, there's no doubt there's something going on physically at that point.
Definitely, yeah. So Rafa breaks back, gets it back to 5-all. They get to 6-all as well. They go into the tie break. And again, I told you about this feeling that Rafa was feeling pretty confident.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the tie break?
Well, I mean, there are definitely 2 phases to it. Phase 1 and then the match points. So the first 3 points, Nadal like rips him up with the forehand, like forces an error, gets a winner at 1-0, and then 2-0 Djokovic is on the attack, but he hits it to the wrong side, and Nadal hits a winner. And after that, Djokovic just fell apart for a few points. I mean, I think he made errors at 3-1, 4-1, and 5-1. He was just all over the place.
Yeah, and there were maybe a few more errors than normal from Novak in this match. I mean, I remember the first set was decided after he put a forehand into the tram line. But yeah, of course, so Rafa takes this lead. Is it 6-2? He leads the tiebreak at 1 point. 6-1. So that's giving you 5 match points.
Yeah.
Many of which, of course, will be on your serve. What happens to Novak at this point? He's 6-1 down in the tiebreak.
Yeah.
We have seen this from Novak before in matches. I remember against Federer. He just goes into God mode.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's God mode. I think it's just a mode where he's like, okay, I'm gonna play clean. I'm not gonna take unnecessary risks, and I'm gonna make the opponent beat me and hit risky shots to beat me. Because even that return winner he hits at 6-3, that was not. It was a bad serve. It was a serve that deserves to be punished. He just had the courage to punish it properly and the nerves to make the shot. And I mean this as a compliment. It wasn't a remarkable shot. It was the right shot. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's what he does on the match points. He hits the right shot every time.
Yeah, but there does seem to be a little extra kilometer or 2 per hour to those shots, and and that return. I know you're not. I know you're not downplaying it, but it was still remarkable.
Oh, it was insane. The crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing because barely anyone reacted to it. I thought it was out because of the angle I was at, and then I was like, oh my god, he made that because it was a first serve, so you never expect a return winner. And then I just saw Nadal walking to the other side, and I was like, wow, that just happened. We might be at the 2011 U.S. Open again. It was wild.
Right. Listen, it's 6-4. Then it comes to the tie because he gets 3 points in a row. What do you think Rafa is thinking at this point? Do you think he might be starting to feel a bit nervy?
Probably, but the thing is, at 6-4, you're still in control because he had one more on serve, and it's you want to win that one because 6-5, it's match point, but the other guy's serving, and so you don't want to be in that position. 6-4, it's still on your racket.
Yeah, let's talk about match point. As you mentioned before we went on air, it was a 17 shot rally. I think there's 2 net cords. One is really obvious from Rafa.
Yeah.
Anyway, go on, tell me.
Right. Well, so pretty early, Djokovic gets another good return off an unremarkable first serve, lands deep, and then later in the point he hits a good deep backhand down the line, and Nadal's backhand clips the net cord, and it doesn't sit up; it floats back near the baseline. Nadal got a lot of help from the net in this match. I'll say that. Djokovic nearly nothing. And then the rally just kept going, and it was so it didn't alter the course of the rally, but it did make you think that was really close. It was almost 6-5 there.
I remember you mentioned the net cords. Now I remember. I think when he hits the net, you remember you said how the crowd reacted. I think he hit the net when he got a bad net cord.
Yes, for the 6th time at that point.
Yeah, and I remember seeing him, and I think it was a combination of what was going on in the crowd and the fact that he just couldn't believe his misfortune.
Right.
That then meant he hit the net as he did with his racket. The boos come out, which obviously makes it even worse in a way. And I just think he just thought, this is just not my day. At various points in the match, and maybe even with the drop shot and the way he was feeling, and he just thought that maybe the world was against him, if you like. And I don't mean that. I mean that in a way that many sports people use that as a motivation, but he couldn't quite get it done on this particular day.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I usually hate it when players throw tantrums, but I wrote in my recap of this match, that was fully understandable when he waxed the net because it was a lot of bad luck. Yeah, I mean, he didn't play well enough to win this match. So it's not I'm brokenhearted for him that he didn't win. But yeah, there's some bad luck.
After the match, I do think, and I think every player in the history of tennis has been guilty of this at some point. So this is not just saying that Novak. I'm certain that Rafa has been salty, as Nick has accused him of in the past. So most players are 99% of the time gracious in victory, gracious in defeat. Great, good sports people. Maybe on this occasion, Novak, I remember after the match was interviewed and was saying something about Rafa's injuries, and I just thought there was a bit of saltiness. I also think the exchange at the net wasn't super warm. There was obviously all the comments coming back from Australia that Rafa had made regarding. There's obviously all the comments coming back from Australia that Rafa had made regarding the vaccine status. I think I also noticed around this time, and I do think it's significant, Djokovic would call just about every player on tour by their first name, and he didn't call Rafa for about 6 months. He was calling him Nadal, and he would do it. Yeah, and he would do it. Yeah, I know. And I do think he was annoyed by what Rafa had said in some of his press conferences. I do think he was a little bit annoyed by Stefanos Tsitsipas as well. And he, of course, really appreciated the support he got from various other players on the tour, such as Medvedev and one or two others. I think Zverev too. And I think Alice Cornet as well on the women's side said some, positive things about him. And I do think around this time, because I think they have been reasonably not close, but they got on pretty well for a long time. But I think this year it has gotten worse, but probably with time since Australia, we might see a little bit more of a thawing in relations in the coming weeks or months. But I would see him interviewed in a random interview going into Monte Carlo, for example. And it wasn't just that he would say Nadal. He would say, he'd go, Sasha, Daniil, and we know this and this and that. And then he'd go Nadal. And yeah, of course, I played Nadal in this match, and that was a difficult one. And I do think that he was a bit annoyed by Rafa at this point.
So I can't speak to that because I wasn't really following it, but I can tell you that he was pissed after this match because the handshake at net was not cold, but it wasn't warm. It was nothing like what he gave to Rune after that Paris final. And then he walked off without waving to the crowd. He was pissed to lose this match. In press, the thing he said about Nadal's injuries, I didn't think that was like biting or anything. I thought he's right? Nadal makes physical turnarounds quickly. Like sometimes he makes them slowly, but he's had any number of amazing comebacks from injury. So I felt like that was more what he was saying than anything else. I think he was just mad that he didn't show off as much as he needed to. He was not even close to as good as he needed to be in the first set and the third set. He should have closed out the fourth set probably. I think that was it really.
Yeah. And I by the way, I have no problem with people being a bit annoyed at losing a tennis match. I think it's great when they're gracious, and I think we can be really complimentary as long as they don't go overboard and we don't do a Zverev with the umpire like he did in Acapulco. We all know where the line is, but fine, no problem with Djokovic in that respect. But listen, let's just quickly finish with this match point. We were sort of talking about it. It was I think there was a fine net cord from Novak, right? That barely changed the trajectory of the ball.
Yeah, barely. And it just speaks to the fine origins between these two. They mirror each other in so many ways, and they have historically. Like their rivalry is nearly symmetrical. They've won, Nadal 22 majors, Djokovic 21 majors. Like it's been back and forth with them for years. And so the fact that they both got a net cord, I think, was a nice last bit of symmetry in this match.
And Nadal wins 2 of his final 3 matches at this tournament with a backhand winner down the line. How difficult is this shot? We can see him. He's in the tram line there, fairly deep in the court.
Yeah, ball's high up too.
It's really high, really high. It's a difficult shot at the best of times, but if you're on match point, even more so.
Yeah, and it's not just a difficult shot. It's one Nadal doesn't like to hit that much. He doesn't go for winners with it that often. He's improved it a lot over the years, but he does not have nearly the relationship with that shot that Djokovic does.
Exactly.
And it was interesting because, the shot Djokovic hits before that is an angled forehand. It's slow, it's loopy, it's got a lot of spin. And so it gives Nadal the opportunity, right? And you can see almost as soon as he hits it, Nadal's footwork just goes into overdrive. Like he makes a ton of quick steps over there, gets in position, and then just hammers it. And it's amazing to me that he had the courage to do that. Not because I don't think he's a brave player, but because that's going for it. That's a lot of times you're going to miss that shot. Hit it perfectly.
And not only that, of course, he'd lost 3 points in a row, and including obviously 3 match points. I think there's also one other interesting point from this still that we're looking at here right now. I think even Novak's a bit surprised. We look at
you can see he's covering cross. Yeah, he doesn't move for the ball at all. Didn't expect it.
Exactly. And even listen, I think his court position says something. I think it's the right court position, bearing in mind how well he knows his opponent, etc. But on top of that, he's also leaning to the right. If you can see this image we've got here. I think he's leaning to right, and he's probably right now realizing, oh, it's not going that way. Right. So, but then, as you say, I still think Rafa misses it 50-50. You know, I think he hits it in the net a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think so too. He's hit a lot of those in the net over the years.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's a fun thing to focus on in matches that I only started doing recently. Is like when these two play, but also when anyone plays, like you never recover to the middle. You always cheat a little bit cross court because most shots go cross court, and that's why down the line is so devastating. Like not only is the ball traveling less distance, so it's going to be harder to get, but like they're covering the other side, so you have to run farther. And you can see it a lot in this match, like on the forehand side. Like Djokovic is cheating cross court, not because the down the line forehand isn't a threat, but because like you have to cover the cross court forehand. It's Nadal's cross court forehand, and so you see so many points where Djokovic is over there, like, and then Nadal just riffs it down the line, and Djokovic has to run all the way over there, and then he's screwed. Yeah, it's tough. When Nadal is hitting that forehand down the line, like. I mean, you can't defend it, which is why that shot is so good, because you have to cover cross court. Like if he's hitting that cross court forehand into open space, there is nothing you can do. So you have to cover it. And just if he hits the down the line forehand, stay too good. And Djokovic is usually the best ever at defending it. I think he defended it well in this match, but he couldn't do it well enough because it was just too good.
I still think the way we view the rivalry may well be partly shaped by the 2021 semi-final. Perhaps more of an influence than perhaps any other match, just because it meant that Novak would get to a second French Open title. But I do think it's also quite important that Nadal stemmed the tide a little bit with this win.
Yeah.
I mean, if it had been a Novak win, I think it would be 31-28 right now. The head-to-head, instead it's 30-29 currently. I mean, there's still another year or two, at least we hope, of this rivalry to come. Where do we stand in this match in terms of the rivalry and other great matches that they've had?
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, I think it was important because it sort of was Nadal saying, like, I still own this court. You're not going to beat me here 3 times or 2 years in a row. Like, you got lucky last year, but like last year's not going to happen again. Maybe it will next year, but he reordered things. He like restored the old order, I guess I'll say.
Exactly.
Quality wise, I'd probably put it in their top 20. I mean, it can't touch their best ones. Obviously, I don't think it was as good as their match last year. But I think what made it special was like the peak that each of them hit. I mean, I think Nadal in the first set and Djokovic in the second set is, I would put that up against how well either of them have played ever on clay. Like, I think that level can go toe to toe with the best level they've played at in the past on that surface. Yeah, it was amazing. And I think the second half of the match was significantly less compelling than the first, but it was great. I had a great time.
Yeah. And listen, Owen, I agree with you as well. I think it probably is in the top half a dozen men's matches of this year. Of course, it's the only Novak and Rafa one of the year, at least at the time of recording.
They better be in the same group for the World Tour finals, I'm telling you. Sorry, keep going.
Let's see. Yeah, it'll be good to see them in that hardcore. Of course, this will be aired in a few weeks from now. So when you're watching this, you may well know how those World Tour finals and we'll I'm sure you're watching this having just seen Rafa beat Novak 6-love 6-2 in the
I mean, I wouldn't say no to that, I'll tell you, because that would make it 30-all. And like,
yeah,
and I think their rivalry being tied 30-all would be the coolest thing ever, but it's not going to happen.
No. And listen, so it's one more thing, because of course we don't know how the ATP finals are going to pan out. But if they were to meet indoors, if Rafa is going to win that match, and I think the odds are stacked against him, it won't be straight. It'll be a third set tiebreaker. It'll be an epic. If Novak wins it, it could be an epic, but it could also be a Australia.
It'll be like 3 and 4, or 2 and 3.
Yeah, 2 and 3. Yeah. Listen, Owen, once again, great to have you on board. I'm sure our paths will be crossing again very soon. And thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, anytime.
Cheers.
Sports Social Podcast Network.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
We have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012, and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Wawrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the fifth.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or 30-50. I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes up. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, he I am sure that he won. He will win. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he loses. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Play.
I need to come off mute, and then I can bring Jack in here. How you doing, Jack?
Good, thanks, John. Yeah, how are you?
Yes, good. Should we be surprised by either of these two finalists? And if so, which one is the more surprising?
That's a trick question. I don't know. I mean, okay, you've set me up. Yeah, we're straight in. Medvedev obviously has got to be the more surprising, of course. Do you know, saying that, it's all precursor by the fact that Medvedev was never actually that terrible at clay quarter. He always kind of played himself down in tournaments, liked to make out. He never really had a chance. But he had big scalps on the surface. You know, you look at a player like Andy, who I don't think he got a top 10 win on clay for like the first 9 years of his career. And then, you know, Medvedev came out the blocks in Monte Carlo all those years ago and beat Djokovic. He's beat Steph before. Yeah, it's not mega surprising that he's doing well on the surface, but it's definitely a big surprise relative to Rune. I wasn't surprised to see Rune through. Novak definitely didn't play his best in that match. You know, elbow injury, probably doing something to the forehand for sure. He'll do whatever he can to be prepped for RG. It definitely impacts his chances a wee bit. But yeah, that was more about Novak for me than Rune. I think it's not much of a surprise Rune is there. He always had the ability to beat Novak on a slightly off day. So, yeah.
I'm just watching some Novak warming up on clay. I'm not sure if it's in Paris already or if it's in Montenegro. I heard he was there yesterday. But I digress. I want to digress a little further, actually, and we will return to Rune and Medvedev. Today we've had the news that Andy Murray will not be playing the French Open. Does that come as a surprise to you, Jack?
Yes. Yeah, it does. I think the way he'd been talking about any slam, you know, like it's potentially the last chance to do this, potentially the last chance to do that. I'm very surprised he's not just giving it a shot anyway. You know what I mean? He's got a direct entry. That's, you know, he couldn't, that wasn't even a given a couple of years ago, getting direct entries into slams, right? So even if he's not seeded. So I am surprised. So, but that means, right, something else was going on. That means he did not give himself a chance of winning. Probably means, you know, after the pretty impactful loss to Stan the other day, he wasn't feeling particularly confident, which is not like Andy. That's the surprising thing. But there must have been, you know, something else to that, John.
Okay. Yeah. Do you not think that perhaps one or two? We know the challenger run that he had and victory there, but that aside, everything else was fairly painful defeats, right? For Andy.
Yeah, but then the challenger run was really good. You know, people keep saying that, and they were bad losses, but the challenger run was huge. It was like really big. So it's quite hard to ignore one without taking into account the other for sure. Overall, because of the challenger run, I don't feel negative about Andy. He was never going to do that well on clay. So to win a title, full stop, is a joke. More than I expected from him this clay court season. So I walk away feeling pretty good about what happened over the past few months, and I'm pretty confident for the grass season.
Okay, let's get back to matters at hand today. Does Medvedev's run to the final maybe change things a little bit in terms of when you were just saying about which was the more surprising finalist, etc.? I, of course, would agree that Daniil's is certainly the slightly more surprising. But then en route to the final. He wasn't in the same half as Novak. He wasn't in the same half as Holger Rune, nor Casper Ruud, all of which I think could have caused him trouble. And yet he was in the same half as a certain young Spanish guy who's just turned 20, but who came undone early on in the tournament. So,
yes,
I mean, and then there's the Tsitsipas issue. So this Tsitsipas issue has been coming and going, I think, over the last 2 years of his form. You know, he'll have a good couple of weeks like he had in Australia. But again, I think that was maybe draw dependent there. And then Stefanos has been in the doldrums for me throughout the entire clay court season. I came across him on 2 or 3 occasions at close quarters in Barcelona, and he was just grumpy in victory or in defeat. I don't think he's in a good mood, put it that way. Whether we can say that's had a drastic effect on his tennis, I don't know. But I want to see him happy again. And this should have been a great clay court season for him, and it's arguably his best surface. And I do think that maybe Daniil took advantage of that yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. He should have done better in Rome. He should have done a lot better in Monte Carlo. I know we talk about this though, and he's still making quarterfinals, semi-finals, right? You know, he's still putting himself in the right positions. He's losing to top 10 players most of the time. The Fritz loss was pretty difficult to stomach, I would say, for him. This loss, not terrible. You know, it's not a great matchup. And when Medvedev's playing well on any surface, he can expose. He should expose Tsitsipas. You know, it's a really good matchup for Medvedev. So it's quite hard to fault him. You look back to like a couple of years ago when he was playing him in RG though, and he absolutely he really did destroy Medvedev. I mean, it was a straight sets drubbing, right? Yeah. And when Medvedev comes up against somebody who can repeatedly just go for the forehand from different positions in the court, he does get beaten. I mean, we saw it against Cilic last year for Medvedev. So Tsitsipas could have done better. Medvedev actually winning, not a mega surprise. I'm wondering if I feel more bad for Tsitsipas or good for Medvedev. I probably agree with you, John. At the end of the day, I think I feel worse for Tsitsipas.
Yeah. Did you see Daniil's little celebration?
Yes. And I am so convinced that is a callback to Cincinnati.
Is it? You think? I think so.
He's smart enough to hide it and not let on whatever, but there's no way that he just came up with a dance on the spot. Like, it was a terrible dance. Everybody knows it. It's got to be, no? I think it's it could be.
It could be. But listen, what I will say is I don't hold anything against Tsitsipas for his celebration last year. It was a spontaneous thing. You know, sometimes these celebrations just depend on where your body is at in the moment. And I have no problem with either celebration, whether they're related or not. I'm here all for it. I just thought it was a funny celebration from Daniil, and I don't know what he's had a few legendary celebrations, and this can be put in that vault.
How often has he had a legendary celebration after a semi-final? It's like,
or a final, because of course it was the US Open final, you know, finally getting the Grand Slam, and he just does a little fall on the floor. Also, the semi-final against Rafa at the ATP Finals in 2020, I think it was, where he just sort of shrugged his shoulders and went, "Okay, I've just beat Rafa Nadal for the first time."
Yeah. But he's famous for his non-celebrations, and they all seem to come at the end of the tournament. Like, he's either not celebrating or he's doing something over the top. After a semi-final, he knows exactly what he's doing. I think he does. He is the Tsitsipas-Medvedev rivalry. He's well aware of it. He knows there's a little bit of. Well, he obviously saw him on the other side of the net dancing. He's like, you know, I'm gonna dance this time on Tsitsipas's backyard. You know, this feels appropriate. I think there was something going on there, John.
Certainly, Renee Stubbs is of that school of thought as well. She tweeted that a tennis player never forgets. But anyway, listen, let's get back to the match, because I know I've only got you sort of for another 5 minutes or so. You wanted to, or at least I would love to hear your thoughts on the matchup between these two people. Mm-hmm. What, if you were Daniil Medvedev's coach, what would you be saying to do? One thing, actually, what I would say is don't let that young Danish guy get in your head. Okay, whether it be any of the I don't want to say histrionics, I think it's too much, but any of the other stuff that could be going on at some point may well distract you. But what about the tennis as a whole, Jack?
I think that Rune is good at playing different game styles, right? So he has the game style to beat Medvedev. That said, I think he's at his most comfortable kind of sitting back a little bit, right? Going a little bit more defensive, letting the rallies play out, going for those sort of slicey shots to the baseline, waiting for the right opportunity to go aggressive, which he can do. Against Medvedev, that's not a particularly great strategy, right? He's probably the best defender in the world. Most likely you come out of less of those rallies on top than more of them, I would say. So Rune will be looking to change stuff up. He has the variety to do that. He can come into the net really well. He's got aggressive shots on either side. It's just when he chooses to use them. He can come up with blinders from anywhere in the court, really. He also doesn't rely on his serve as much as other players. Medvedev's always going to take your serve away from you, right? I would say it's going to be pretty close for that reason. So Rune plays this kind of like B plan. The plan, he can use variety to win points. He just doesn't do it all the time, right? Drop shots and stuff. But he should be the favourite because he's a talented guy. He can do all that stuff, kind of play weird and wonderful drop shots, volleys and all that from anywhere in the court. I think Rune is definitely the favourite. But we'll probably see some pretty exciting stuff because the rallies are going for ages and we'll probably see very weird and wonderful ways of finishing them off.
And if you were speaking to Holger Rune before the match, what would you say to him to do or to avoid regarding Daniil Medvedev?
Yeah, I mean, the drop shot's a great shot against Medvedev, obviously. You've got him, you sat back. Rune tends to play it off the backhand a lot more, which is in his favour in this matchup. You're going to see a lot of backhand cross-court rallies. That's what Medvedev's bread and butter is. And Rune should be able to break that dynamic by coming up with drop shots from pretty difficult positions. We'll probably want to see the odd serve and volley, but we're not going to be going for it all the time. But good just to keep Daniil honest, for sure.
Does Holger have that serve and volley, you think, in his locker to the extent that players like, I would suggest, Jan-Lennard Struff has it in his locker, definitely, and he managed to pull it off to good effect against Carlos. Does Holger have that deftness of touch at net, for example, on the volley? Yeah,
he does. Sorry, he does. But the serve itself isn't the best. I would use it as a surprise tactic just to keep Daniil on his toes. But yeah, Rune, he can't do it all the time. He's not got the serve of even a Jan-Lennard Struff, particularly though Novak. He doesn't have the serve to pull it off all the time. But he definitely has amazing hands. Like he's got really, really good hands at the net. So
good question here from Ghibli, by the way. I don't know if you know the answer to this, whether the stats on Daniil's forehand is harder on clay this season.
Don't have the stats, unfortunately, Ghibli. It's just anecdotal or my own kind of thoughts on it. What was the match he had in Monte Carlo that really made me think he was properly going after it? It might have been the Zverev one, I think, where he just, when he got a chance in the forehand, he was absolutely blinding it. I don't know for sure, though, Ghibli. Probably the reality is that he's getting to the ball in a comfortable, balanced position more often on the surface rather than just hitting the ball harder. It's not like people make forehand technical changes to play on clay compared to, well, maybe they'll hit it a bit flatter or spinnier, but what I mean is they've always been capable of hitting that hard. I think it's more about how often does Medvedev set himself up in the right positions, etc., to go aggressive, if that makes sense.
So I just seen a question as well from Ghibli just regarding the odds today on Holger. I've just had a quick look at a couple of betting websites, and it tends to be, I'll translate if I can, the US sort of way of putting it into a percentages. It's about 65-35 favoring Holger. I would probably go a little bit more. I'd go a little bit stronger for Holger than that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, okay, there's only a 1-0 head-to-head, and I know, but listen, Daniil's never won a Masters 1000 on clay, and I would say it's been 2 or 3 years since he came close, if you like. I think he's actually done best at the French Open, funnily enough. The French Open in the last couple of years, since 2020, I would say, which is also, by the way, interestingly, since his amazing run in the North American swing of 2019, It's French Open aside, I don't remember him making a final on at a 1,000 or above anyway on clay. As in, like, but I remember him doing a bit better pre Daniil Medvedev, if that makes sense. There's two parts of Daniil Medvedev's story, if we accept the glitch, if you like, from 2022. There's two parts. There's two halves. There's the Daniil Medvedev before summer 2019, and there's Daniil Medvedev post then. And I actually think he's done better at the French Open than he has anywhere else, which perhaps may also give us an indication as to why he's done well in Rome. Nevertheless, Holger Rune, I saw the match against Djokovic on Wednesday in Rome. And yes, I agree. I used the word off color because I couldn't quite put my finger on exactly what it was with Novak. It's easy to point at the elbow and that kind of thing, and maybe a few other things. But I just used the word off color because I think there was a little bit of everything. However, Novak also had Holger on the ropes at the end of the second set. Holger seemed to lose it a bit mentally with the line call. He then sort of, he did actually get a break back, but you just felt as though Novak also had a medical time. There was all sorts of things going on within about half an hour. There was also a couple of rain delays, and Novak, being Novak, dealt with it better than anyone else, and Holger didn't deal with it so well. And I feared for Holger going into the third set, but Holger just went into a Novak-style lockdown mode in the third set. And in fact, Novak styled Novak. What do I mean? The rally tolerance of Holger Rune, the consistency. It was actually Novak that was occasionally coming up short or hitting it out. And I have to say, I think it was a bit of both on Wednesday. And I did highlight this match between Holger and Novak as being, I mean, it's not a rocket scientist to predict that both would get to the quarterfinals, but I did actually call this before the tournament that Novak would fall short there. I thought Novak might have a few troubles anyway, because I saw this possible path of Holger followed by Jannik Sinner followed by Carlos Alcaraz, and I just thought right now that's going to be tough for Novak, especially over 3 sets. So yeah, I just think all of that, what I've just said, in a way, is Holger Rune, Holger Rune, Holger Rune. Didn't see yesterday's semi-final against Casper Ruud, unfortunately, so that may because he obviously found things difficult at times yesterday. But yeah, I do make Holger a warm favourite, or somewhere between warm and strong.
Yeah, I think I wanted to just change the odds from the ones you said, but I think 65-35 actually sounds about right. I don't know if I'd go less, so I don't think I'd go more, John. I don't want to underrate Medvedev. I really do think if he's getting to the final of a clay court Masters tournament, he's changed enough in his game to be competent on the surface. Even if I thought he was competent on the surface before. And 65% is still pretty strong. It's strong enough. So I think no stronger than that. Fine.
Jack, it's been great to get your thoughts on this match ahead of it. I'm going to let you. Are you going to be able to watch the match, or have you got to go back to work?
No, I'm going to be watching it, definitely.
Great. So hopefully you can enjoy it. Do we have anything to look forward to on the line in the next week or so?
I'll just be doing an analysis of the final with Owen, Tennis Nation, on Twitter. That'll come out tomorrow at some point. I'll be talking about Medvedev quite a bit. I'll basically do all the research on what's happened, because I'd like to get all my affairs in order before then and find out exactly what's happened with Medvedev. So we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about Rune a bit as well. A bit of RG favourites. That'll be it, John.
Nice. So regular stuff from the On The Line podcast, which you can check out both on YouTube and wherever you get your podcast from as well. I'm just going to share Owen's Twitter feed as well. Owen is almost the glue that has brought... Oh, it looks like there's a bit of rain in Rome.
I can hang about.
Yeah, let's keep chewing the fat then. Let's get your thoughts on... I'd love to hear your thoughts, because I don't think I've heard you, Jack, talk about Rafa Nadal and that news that sort of broke over a 24-hour period and culminating in the press conference. What are your considerations on that?
Yeah, it's not quite a proper reality that's maybe sunk in yet, I guess. Maybe it doesn't need to sink in yet, John. I think it's still, a year of Rafa. That's quite a long time. That's kind of what we've been promised, right? But it all goes really fast. We kind of know that from Federer. It just feels quite like the end really is now. It's sad. I don't feel great about it, I'll be honest. How did you feel about it?
I think the given what we'd heard in the 24 hours in the build-up, first of all, he's called a press conference. and he's going to pull out of Roland Garros, you are thinking, well, you don't call a press conference probably to say you're playing Roland Garros. It's possible. We saw a similar thing a year ago, just before Wimbledon, where he did call a press conference and say he's going to be playing Wimbledon. But that was a very different vibe. You know, he'd been practicing on the grass. We'd seen some successful thoughts and airings of how this ablation that he had on the foot injury. So there was a very different vibe going into that very relaxed press conference in Mallorca. This one which was also in Mallorca, albeit at the Rafa Nadal Academy, there was a glum feeling. There were clouds hanging over the academy on the day. But even as he sort of uttered his first words, just in terms of the tone, you thought, okay, yeah. But there were additional things. There was about an hour before the press conference, somebody said he was going to shut his 2023 down. And when I say somebody, I think it was AS or Marca, one of the two Spanish newspapers. So again, you started to think, okay, that could well happen, and that could make sense, because you're thinking if he can't make Roland Garros, and this is the one that he's going to be, doing the most for, I think any notions of him, making a grass court push for it would, because I think it was getting close to touch and go for Roland Garros, but because he was still practicing on Monday and Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday. So the final decision was clearly not made until Wednesday at some point. But anyway, I digress. The third thing, I guess, is what was kind of revelatory, is the thing that you touched on, which was that he said that probably 2024 will be my last year on the ATP Tour. He did use the word probably. He was a little bit, he wasn't definitive on it. I think he doesn't know. He also doesn't know when he's going to be going back onto a tennis court either. He gave a timeline of anywhere between 6 weeks and almost 6 months as to when he's just going to be back on a court hitting a ball again. But it seemed like a minimum of 6 weeks, i.e., what's that, end of June, beginning of July. I would imagine. The other conundrum that he has is he doesn't have a French Open landmark as such that would probably fit into his timeline, i.e., the US Open would probably be a little bit too soon for his timeline that he's mapped out. And secondly, the hard courts of wherever you play, but we're talking about North America here, that's going to put more strain on the hip than clay or grass would. Okay, you've got sliding things to think about. And I do know that Rafa hasn't hit a single practice point, including his serve, since Australia. And that's because yeah, right, exactly. So I heard that 10 days ago. Now, I will say that I'm hearing things, and we need to be careful what we hear. But the thing is, the three people that have been saying these things have gone on record to say that he won't play a practice tournament, for example, until Roland Garros. One of them went on record, which is Amy Lundy, and the other two didn't go on record. But everything that they were telling me over the last 3 months or 2.5 months turned out to be true. But I still think Rafa doesn't know. Rafa didn't know 6 days before Monte Carlo whether he was going to play Monte Carlo. And I don't just mean the fact that he said he wasn't going to play it. He also booked a practice court in Monte Carlo like a week before. So there was at least the possibility. And I think he just didn't know until a week before each of these tournaments. That's why they were sort of coming in dribs and drabs. And I think the final decision clearly wasn't made regarding Roland Garros until Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, before announcing it on Thursday. I still don't know how this last 12, 15 months, if we do have him on tour, will map out, because I heard people talking about farewell tour. I don't think he necessarily wants to do that, but he did say the expression to say goodbye to certain tournaments, which I guess has led people to that. But I don't know if he's really given it a clear amount of thought. I think he said that in English as well, whether he's thought, because I don't know sometimes with Rafa if how much his press guys are saying, look, these are the 4 things you need to say, and you just keep repeating them. I think sometimes he likes to be, at least in these moments, he likes to be a little bit more natural. I think before a match in a press conference, he has got his routine. When he's playing a number 150 in the world in the first round at Roland Garros, where he's 112-3, he still says, well, it's going to be a difficult opponent and all the rest of it. But we know there's that, Rafa. But there is also sometimes social media posts with spelling mistakes and little tiny errors. Or he's taking a picture on Instagram and he's saying, look at me outside the White House, and he's really at the Capitol Hill. So you can see that there's a little bit of the human touch there. And I think we saw it on Thursday, I think it was, for that press conference. I don't know if I don't think he knows. Honestly don't think he knows. He doesn't know when he's going to be back on a practice court. He doesn't know when he's going to be playing a tournament again, and he doesn't know how competitive he's going to be. So what we've all then had in the 4 or 5 days since is we've all sort of tried to draw certain conclusions. But if he doesn't know, there's no way we know.
Yeah, he's just playing it day by day, basically, John. Right? It's like, who knows? Back to the Rune Medvedev matchup. There's one thing I forgot to give a little bit of thought, actually, and
Cool.
it's very important because we look at the Rublev final in Monte Carlo. Rune's body breaks down. We look at the Munich final.
True.
Rune's body breaks down. Another stretch, a round of 128 tournament, of course. He did have to play 6 rounds only, but still. He's in another clay court final playing defensive tennis. Will his body break down again? And Medvedev will be well aware that that's the Rune crux at the moment. That's the weakness. He'll be willing to play as many long rallies as he can. Does that throw a bit of a spanner in the works? Because if it goes 3 sets and Medvedev's grinding out every single point, you'd probably make him the favourite at that point.
And on top of that, can you imagine, therefore, Holger Rune winning the French Open, bearing in mind 5 sets, bearing in mind you would imagine that he'll get pushed at least once en route if he is to win the tournament. I don't see anyone winning the French Open this year, not even Carlos Alcaraz, without dropping a set. You know, the reason he's in the conversation now, right? He is in, you know, a year ago or even 3 months ago, it might have been a bit optimistic to suggest Holger Rune would be in the conversation. But right now, I guess he's 3rd favourite for the French Open.
2nd for me, maybe.
Ahead of Novak? Or
yeah, because Novak's got so many question marks. He's done nothing this clay court season. Well, Rune has won 1 title already. He's been in the final of 2 other ones at least. It's quite hard to say Rune is not above Novak because I've not been convinced. Obviously, Novak is just Novak, isn't he? So it's a little.
That's right, and that's why I'm putting him 2nd. Yeah,
so it's tough to keep your guard down. But I'm going to base clay court performance on my selection because generally Novak's always come into the French with something under his belt in terms of a good clay court performance. He's not really had that this season. So, I put Rune 2nd or even 1st. I'm toying between him and Alcaraz. I think 2nd because I think Alcaraz will not be put off by his loss in Rome. I'm sure he'll still turn up, all guns blazing. But I'm toying between the two, John. I don't know, because it's not like slow courts really properly suit Alcaraz's game. He could get beaten by a better player. That's the thing. So I'll have a proper think about that. But yeah, Rune is certainly at least in the top 3.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of daylight between each of the 3 players. I think you're right. There's an argument against Alcaraz for sure. There's an argument against Novak and obviously against Rune as well. But I would just put a bit of daylight in at least the way I see it of making Carlos 1, Novak 2, and Holger 3. I think with Novak, for example, even if he was off color the other day, he was still very close. And I also think if that went 5 sets, or even if we just begin that match as a 5-set match at Roland Garros, you know, at a crucial moment in the tournament, such as a quarter or a semi-final against Holger, then I still think maybe Novak wins that. I'm just watching some clips from yesterday, by the way. It's a horrible drop shot from Tsitsipas when he's serving, and it's probably the game when he gets broken because it's right near the end of the 2nd set. Listen, I think unless you've got any final thoughts, I will let you go now, Jack, and I may even just play a couple of promo videos in your absence. Have you got anything else to add before today's final?
No, that's me, John. Just happy to talk.
Great. Thank you for coming on, Jack, and I'll let you go. Hopefully we get to enjoy this final beginning in the next, few minutes, hopefully, depending on the weather in Rome. And I'm sure you and I will be crossing paths again very soon.
See you soon, John. Good to talk to you.
Thanks, Jack. Okay, so we do this, and then it's just me and the rest of us. All of you, make sure you hit that like button, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. The match in Rome has been delayed by 15, 20 minutes, I think, maybe even a bit more because of the weather. So get your questions in, get your thoughts in, both in terms of anything Jack and I said, but also ahead of today's final and even ahead of the French Open. In the meantime, I'm going to play a couple of little short video clips just while we have this weather delay. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And just to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we have a rain delay right now. The players at the moment are due to take the court in around about 10 minutes. Just in case you're wondering why we don't have any tennis to talk to you about, I'm just showing you the head-to-head between the two players at the moment who are set to take the court, as I say, in about 10 minutes. Holger Rune winning the only match between the pair. That came in Monte Carlo just about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and Rune winning that one fairly comfortably in straight sets. Do you anticipate a similar result today? Well, let's have a quick look at our poll, which we've got going, which actually shows, I would say, a fairly representative scenario in that 64-36. Jack and I were talking about 65-35 in Rune's favor, so make sure you get voting there. We have some rain, Ghosty. I don't know if it's more rain, but we have some rain because they were due to get underway 20 minutes ago, basically, or at least due to take the court 20 minutes ago. And the last I heard, it was going to be 1:30 hour. By the way, Ghosty, I'm intrigued as to your thoughts on today's match in terms of, you know, I think you have a soft spot for both players one way or another. I'm intrigued to know whether there's one or the other that you are leaning towards. Maybe the Medvedev dance has swung it for you. But I know as well how keen you are on Holger Rune, especially regarding his mental strength, which we have actually touched upon a couple of times already. Also, anyone else have any questions, let us know. It can also be on today's match, but just basically all things tennis right now. Would love to know your thoughts on basically anything. We've got coming up, by the way, in the next few days, of course, we've had the French Open qualifier draw, which I haven't even touched on yet. Let me just see, because we're probably going to find out who Mr. Liam Brody will be playing in his first qualifier. Just looking at the French Open now. See if we got the French Open qualifiers draw. I'm just going to have a quick look for it, so we can find out who's. Because it should have been around about 3 p.m. today. The French Open qualifying draw. Okay, French Open qualifying draw. Qualifying draws unveiled. Just having a look now. Okay. So, okay. Let's have a quick look at this. I'll share this website with you guys, so that way we can see a few things. I've got another. Yes, Rune's meant to straight this way. So who are you favoring, Ghosty? That's what I want to know. Anyway, just having a quick look at the French Open. So we have the draws for the men's and the women's qualifying have been released with some intriguing matchups. Qualifying matches begin Monday, starting at 10 a.m. local time, it looks like. And in fact, the final round continue on to Friday. I think the French Open main draw is on Thursday. I'm just looking at the Rome final, by the way. It does look like the players are getting ready to take the court. So if there's some reasons to be optimistic, they are those. Okay. French Open, by the way. Yeah, so men's qualifying draw can be found here. Okay, let's click on that. Just 1 second though before I do. Fan favorite, Camila Osorio of Colombia. She's the top seed, whilst Karatsev leads the men's qualifying draw. Wow. Both, of course, having incredible clay court tournaments this season. Karatsev now more so in reaching the semi-final in Madrid, where perhaps even 1 or 2 physical issues hindered him there. So maybe he could have gone all the way to the final, perhaps. Anyway, before losing to Jan-Lennard Struff. So former Roland Garros. Oh, wow. Okay, we've got Sofia Kenin in qualifying as well. That's tough that she didn't get a wild card, bearing in mind that she's obviously been a finalist there. And Zidansek is also. Wow. Let's have a look at the men's qualifying draw anyway. Okay, here we go. So Karatsev, Herbert. Okay, he's got a French person to play. I think playing a Frenchman, by the way, in qualifying is a little bit easier than once the main draw gets underway in terms of crowd numbers, etc. So any others? What's going on? Hanfman against Bellucci. Okay. Luca Nardi, who's someone that was mentioned by David Samuel yesterday, Liam's coach, as one to look out for. Okay, just scrolling down, looking for our good friend Liam to see where he is at. He's up against Gaia. Okay, so Liam Brody, of course, is seeded. He's going to be playing a Frenchman, Gaia. So we'll see. Where's Gaia in the world rankings? Don't want David De Gea, the goalkeeper for Manchester United. Good win for Man United yesterday, by the way, edging closer to the Champions League. Okay, well, bad news is that Liam's going to be playing a Frenchman. The good news is he's 982 in the world, Artur Gaia. Listen, Matthew, I think there's a lot of talk about Rome and a roof. Maybe a canopy style thing would work, but you'd have thought that they would have tried that already. Maybe it's just dangerous even. I don't know. I just can't imagine how that would work. One thing I would like to add, though, regarding Rome and the roof, it needs to be financially viable. It needs to be something that is, not too expensive and going to be worth it. Because listen, in my lifetime, this is the worst weather we've had in Rome. 19 times out of 20, it is baking hot there at this time of year, and you're fine. I mean, they even had a Rome tournament in October at the end of the day. So I think the problem is you're building a roof for one tournament every 20 years. It's not like Wimbledon where you're building it for every year. You're building it for 1 year. And also, we're still probably going to finish. I think the issue that Rome has been with scheduling and certain organizational things We saw it yesterday with the winner's speech first and the runners-up second in terms of the women. We also saw it in terms of the women having to start their match at 11 p.m. I can only imagine that both women were happy to start at that time. Otherwise, we could have just had a blockbuster Sunday today with 3 finals. But it's not really a big problem, the weather. It's just this year. So to spend that kind of money on a roof, you've got to think, is this going to mean we can sell more expensive tickets? And by the way, the tickets are insanely expensive anyway. So I would rather they did something about the ticket prices than starting to put a roof on it. But anyway, there we go. Ghosty here. I think Medi has a better rally tolerance than Rune, particularly on the backhand side. Big weapon on clay. Is that you predicting a Medvedev win, Ghosty? Is that what I'm hearing? For those of you wondering why Artur Gaya is on the screen, it's because he is Liam Brody's opponent in the French Open qualifying. So let's say it's winnable. Let's say that. And that'll be tomorrow, I think. Or it might even be Tuesday, actually. I'm not sure. Any others? Let's have a quick scroll down here. Laxonen is involved. Okay. If there's any qualifiers that shout out to you as well, Peniston's involved, although I don't expect him to be anywhere near as good on the clay as he was on the grass last year. Dennis Kudla. There's Liam Reeder. We mentioned him earlier from Switzerland. Okay. Well, of course, we've got no Jan-Leonard Struff. Fortunately, for the rest of the qualifiers, he's already into the main draw. Dominic Kupfer, though, is a dangerous unseeded player in there. Del Bonis as well, I would say. Barankis too. All of these unseeded players that could well cause problems for others. Let's have a quick look. Where will Liam therefore be potentially? We are getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but if he was to win his first match, he would then come up against Nava or Kuzmanov. Okay. So yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Let's maybe have a quick look at the women's qualifiers. My goodness me, these qualifiers are going on forever. Okay, let's have a quick scan back for the women's qualifiers to see what is going on there. If there's any exciting things, of course, we do know that Sophia Kenin is arguably the biggest name, at least in terms of being out there, although Osorio is the number 1 seeded player. So this is me just scrolling down. I'll let you all have a clearer look at this so you can see who maybe you've got a favorite in qualifying, who you're keen to know who's playing. Look at Taylor Tanzan there, of course. Yeah, maybe there's a qualifier that you're pretty keen to see. Zidansek, as we touched on before, former semi-finalist. So big names and arguably heavyweights as well, in like Osorio especially. But Laura Siegmund, of course, friend of the show, former quarter-finalist at Roland Garros, 6th seed. She comes up against the Czech Bejlek, and then she'll play the winner of Kava or Zhao. So it'll be interesting to see how she gets on. Brenda Fruvatova, okay. Okay, Bolter there. Of course, that's the British Bolter, not to be confused with the Canadian one. Korpatch as well, okay. Katie Swan, British girl, up against Clara Towson. Wow, Towson's dropped down the rankings a fair bit since I last checked. Mandlik, of course, daughter of Mandlikova, a former Grand Slam winner herself. Mandlikova, that is. So her daughter following in those footsteps, or trying to at least. Okay. So there we go. Let's see regarding Rome. Do we have any sign of the players coming to the court? The answer right now is no. I will share the head-to-head to the screen. Why is Rude playing Geneva? Seems odd seeing he was in good form this week. Matthew, I think if he was totally gassed in terms of the fact that he'd played tournament after tournament after tournament and getting semi-finals and finals in each of those, I would probably err on that side. But bearing in mind, Casper Ruud got to the final or won the tournament in Estoril. But since then, and until this semi-final appearance now, it hasn't seemed like, he's not been going super, super far. It's been sort of third round, fourth rounds, etc. So we will see. But I think it might not be a bad idea Might not be a bad idea. We've seen players use Geneva and then pull out, by the way. I'm not condoning that, but we have seen that. And I also think that I remember Novak, the year he won it in 2021, played a tournament, I think it was in Serbia, Belgrade 2, that he played in the build-up to it. And he went 3 straight weeks, or may even been more, with probably Rome immediately before it when he got to the final and lost to Rafa in 2021. So it may be a case of, nothing wrong with it. I don't know. We'll see. Of course, we'll build a narrative when he goes out in Roland Garros, and it'll be, we could look at Geneva as a potential reason, but I don't think it's that crazy. Yeah, maybe he just feels as though he needs a couple more matches to just push him on another level. And listen, there is a chance at this year's French Open, again, just like last year, I felt for players like Casper Ruud. Last year it was Holger Rune in this bracket too. Cilic we saw getting to the semi-finals, and also Tsitsipas, of course. I'm thinking about all the players on one side of the draw. And by the way, the weather's looking pretty gloomy again in Rome. So we saw on one side of the draw last year, really, especially once Tsitsipas opened up, the rain is coming down quite hard. So no play for the foreseeable future in Rome. It was just looking like there was some opportunities for optimism, but it looks like the rain is coming back down. In fact, there was a lot of optimism. The umpire, Carlos Bernardes, actually was sat in the chair, but he's now leaving the chair once again. In fact, they're even putting the covers on. So I'll finish my French Open thoughts before I leave us for a little break. But basically, one half of the draw in Paris, just like last year, may look super, super open. We may see a scenario. Let's have a quick look at the world rankings, actually, right now. That might help, so we can have a rough idea where... okay, so live rankings here. We'll share this on the screen. That will make me small, and therefore you can probably see the live rankings a bit more clearly. So hopefully you can see this clearly. So we've got obviously Novak at number 2 because Carlos has now overtaken him. So we are going to have Carlos on one side of the draw and we're going to have Novak on the other. I guess we will then see where Daniil Medvedev falls. Let's imagine one half of the draw. One of Carlos or Novak may get very, very, very fortunate. We may see a potential draw with Carlos, Casper, Stefanos, and Yannick Sinner, I would say. That would be, yeah, so let's say Carlos, Casper, maybe even Carlos, Casper, Holger Rune, Yannick Sinner. That would be a tough half, I would argue. Yeah, that would be a tough half. Whereas we may see another half with, say, Novak, Daniil, and Stefanos. And amongst those 3 heavyweight players, if you like, at least in terms of rankings, you'd imagine Novak would make the final, particularly given his head-to-head against Stefanos on just about every surface. Daniil's a bit more evenly balanced, but on the clay, you would obviously fancy Novak. So, to give you an update, no play in Rome for the foreseeable future. Therefore, we are going to take a short break, and we'll come back to you, hopefully, with some positive information shortly. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers, Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Thanks. You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on this surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one, so I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface, but I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some, like, defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one, so I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface, but I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some, like, defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one, so I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface, but I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some, like, defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one, so I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface, but I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some, like, defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
We have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012, and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Wawrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the 5th.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or 30-50. I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes up. But this is what happened. there was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, I am sure that he won. He will he won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he loses. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
2023, let's talk about that as a whole to begin with, Dave. It's been a bit of an up and down year. Is that fair for you and Liam?
I think it's really been mostly an up year. I think the down part is the fact that he got injured. So in the final of BL, the wrist, which had been hurting him all week, but in the final really broke down. And he took 3 weeks to try and, get it ready for Banjaluka. And we went there, and it pretty much held up for 2 matches. And then in the third match, it started to hurt again. Plus, he started to feel his ab a little bit there. So we took a longer time out, a month, and came back this week to Tunisia. And yeah, I mean, the conditions were very difficult. It was very windy. We'd had a lot of rain. And it really was not one of his best matches for sure.
So how is the wrist right now?
Basically has the same problem as Emma Raducanu, and the surgeon has said with a situation like this, it's all about whether you can manage it and the level of pain that you can manage, or it's pain or discomfort. And if you can keep it at a level where you can play, you're not going to do any further damage. You just can either play on it or you can't. And right now, Liam feels that he's doing a lot of different wrist exercises and managing it. And the discomfort level is easily manageable for him. So it's not affecting his play. It's not perfect, but it's definitely not stopping him from playing full out. And I think.
Go on, David.
Sorry, I think just on, obviously, although Tunisia was not a good match and having been out for 4 weeks, the good thing is the body came through intact.
Does the timing of this have an impact on decisions regarding the injury? For example, we've got the French Open qualifiers beginning at the beginning of next week, and we've also got Wimbledon not that far away. Home territory, also familiar territory in terms of success last year, being Diego Schwartzman, among others. Does that play an impact in terms of the physical situation with Liam right now?
I mean, certainly it's not a time of year that he wants to miss. And I think the other thing that's even more prevalent is the fact that he's not defending a lot of points, and he wasn't on the clay, and unfortunately he's basically going to play 3 tournaments on clay. That's it, which is a shame, because after BL he was in a very, very good position to move his ranking forward towards top 100, and through the whole summer he really has an opportunity. So in terms of timing of when this has happened, it's never good timing to have an injury. But for the window of opportunity that he has had for the clay, but now for the rest of the clay, the French and grass and the hard courts in America, is quite a big opportunity. So if he can manage it throughout the summer, that would be advantageous. He might be able to manage it for the rest of his career. But if it does break down again, then we're going to have to look at wrist surgery.
Yeah. What's the situation? When is Liam going to be playing his first round? It'll either be Monday or Tuesday. Am I right?
That's correct. They split the draw, so it depends where he comes out in the draw, which they do, I think, at 3:00 tomorrow.
Okay. In terms of other big names or familiar names in the qualifying draw, of course, Jan-Lennard Struff is someone that would immediately spring to mind, but because he shot up the rankings, he's a barrier, if you like, that won't be in Liam's potential way, which is, I'm sure, a relief to everyone, just in terms of how well he's been playing recently, Jan-Lennard. What other names perhaps could and should we look out for in the qualifiers?
I think Reedy, if he plays well, who Liam played earlier in the year, is
Australia, right?
Yeah. I would say, really and truthfully, any player ranked between 110 and 200, 230, which is sort of the cuts 240. I don't think anybody there can be termed as an easy match. I don't think it really exists. So I think you have to just go in and see everybody as dangerous, but including Liam. Liam is very dangerous for anybody as well. So we don't really look at the names that are there, because you just have to play who shows up on the day. And, they could be ranked 110 and play like, 250 on the day, or they could play like 50 on the day. So, the margins are very, very small, as you well know. So it's not about picking certain names, because that never works. And if you pick certain names and then you have to play them, kind of set this thing in your head that, they're very dangerous. I think you just got to focus on what you're doing and the fact that, you're dangerous.
Well, 2023, let's talk about that as a whole to begin with, Dave. With the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it, if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again, in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
you're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know what whether that what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah, and
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is,
yeah.
I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know what whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah. And
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players, the other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. With the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah, and
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is,
yeah,
I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. They just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then, they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you, and that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, you know, helps with ranking and why certain players, you know, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. Yeah, it definitely does. Today's episode is, if you're not quite sure, having already clicked on the YouTube link, this is what today's episode is going to be about.
It's the miracle in Melbourne.
And the person who said those words was there in the arena, and the Rod Laver Arena in Melbourne at the time, and I'm really pleased to welcome him to today's episode. Mark Petchey, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on the show. It's great to be here.
I hope that you can remember this match quite clearly and the various bits about it. I mean, it's obviously been spoken about over the last 9-10 months quite a lot, but I'm sure it's going to be spoken about for many years to come.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no question that it's kind of one of those matches where, you know, when it started, you kind of got a sense already in like the third game that it was going to be pretty special. When you actually go back and sort of remember just how tough it was for Rafa in the opening kind of, you know, 3 games just to hang on to his serve. You knew that obviously Daniil was coming out. He felt confident. He'd obviously won the US Open, and there were a lot of different things in play. We obviously had seen Rafa throughout the course of the tournament change return stance. How was he going to be able to handle Daniil's kind of serving? And that was obviously a big part of the match in the first couple of sets. And obviously Rafa's foot, as the match went on, there was a lot of, you know, little subplots within the kind of overall match that we were all wondering, and they were kind of unknown knowns, you know, as the match went on, which made it even more thrilling.
Mark, I'm really glad that you mentioned his foot, because I think, listen, you could argue that there was a 20-year build-up, never mind a 20 Grand Slam build-up for Rafa, and obviously a few years for Medvedev. But I want to take us back 7 months, really, and probably even a bit less. Let's go back to August when he's limping around the courts of Washington. And just afterwards, Rafa released this video.
Hello, everyone. I am very sorry to announce that I will not be able to keep playing tennis during the 2021 season. But as you know, I have been suffering too much with my foot for the last year now. I missed a lot of important events for me, like the US Open now, like Wimbledon, Olympics, and many other events.
What were your thoughts, Mark, around this point, sort of midsummer last year? Of course, we remember him as well, you know, with this image of him at the French Open. Throughout that 6 months, did you think that maybe his career was coming to an end? Could you imagine him playing in Melbourne, and could you imagine him going on to lift the trophy?
No, you know, the reality about the foot is obviously, unless you're in the camp and unless you're a medical kind of doctor, you kind of don't know what interventions are possible at that particular stage. But for somebody like Rafa, who has had so many injuries over the course of his career, you kind of get yourself into that sense where you always feel as though he's going to be able to bounce back. You're never quite sure how long it's going to take, but it's just been, you know, part of his allure, part of his greatness has been his ability to overcome not just adversity in matches, but adversities with his body as well. So I guess all of us are kind of somewhat fooled into feeling as though he was going to be able to come back at some stage. We'd obviously had the resurgence of Roger when obviously it had been a long time since Wimbledon 2012 before he won the next Australia in 2017 in dramatic fashion. And there are a lot of things in play with these great players that you kind of sometimes forget just just how close they are perhaps to the brink and close to the end. So, the way that Rafa started in Melbourne was just phenomenal. The way that he built into Australian Open in the first couple of rounds by playing kind of a traditional sort of, just get me in the tournament from behind, I'm going to beat you with my feet, to then changing his game, getting through against Shapovalov. It was building. The tournament was building at that particular stage. But I think all of us thought that it was a long shot that he could possibly win the Australian Open, and even more so when he was down a couple of sets, obviously, in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was another player involved. I'm sure that some people can easily forget, but not his fans. Let's talk about Medvedev and his situation going into the final. What were your thoughts? I mean, he'd had a great, so contrasting to Rafa, his 6 months couldn't have been any different. I mean, I know he didn't quite cap it off with an ATP Finals win, but he had an incredible run against highly ranked players. He was in the Paris-Bercy final, but of course, even more importantly than that, he'd won the US Open in straight sets over Novak Djokovic, and he'd also had an eventful, but also a very high level, if you like, en route to the Australian Open final. So did that also add to the sense going into the match that this was Medvedev's to lose and that Rafa was going to struggle?
I don't think at the start of the match that was the case. No, I don't think it was Medvedev's to lose at the start of the match. No, I mean, as you said, it had a pretty sort of interesting run through to the final, and I think obviously from that point of view, you kind of wonder, but at his stage of his career, with his level of fitness, with his level of confidence, having won in New York as well, and the way that he had played incredibly well and blocked out everything against Novak as well, obviously, in the Big Apple, I don't think too many of us were too concerned. In fact, I think many of us felt as though that was going to be something that was going to be hugely beneficial to him in terms of the fact that he had actually won a major. I mean, so often the Big Four have been going up when it did happen against somebody that hadn't been in that kind of situation before. So that was always a huge advantage for them. So, Daniil is is an unbelievable professional, and having been around a few of these guys, and how hard they work, and the X's and O's that they're putting in, the dotting the I's, crossing the T's with fitness, didn't really feel as though that was going to be necessarily a significant factor. It proved to be, obviously, as the match unfolded, that Rafa was able to take enough energy out of Daniil's legs that obviously, the first serve started dropping away a little bit, but also just his ability to play the long rallies that he had done so effectively over the first couple of sets.
Mark, I'm really glad you point that out, because at this juncture as well, the narrative going into the match was partly perhaps because Rafa had obviously had that 5-setter we remember against Shapovalov and how much he was struggling in the 5th set there. There was the age, there was the foot that we've already touched upon. But the narrative I remember strongly going into the match was, first of all, Medvedev was the favorite, not necessarily overwhelming. The other guy on the other side of the net has won 20 majors before, including in Australia 13 years before, and been in many finals there as well. So it wasn't like, overwhelming. This was the pre-match predictor. I don't know how much, if that's how you felt about the match, sort of 60-40, 65-35. But there was a second narrative, and I want you to address that as well, which was that if Rafa was to win, if there was that 36% chance of him winning, let's say, it was going to be done in straight sets or absolutely 4 sets at the most. Because if it went 5, the narrative was that that's when Medvedev would pull away. Did you agree with either or both of those narratives?
Yeah, I think at the start of the match, with the unknowns around how much training Rafa had been able to do because of the foot, that was obviously something that we were all kind of wondering. I mean, and I think rightly so. I mean, it wasn't a normal situation for Rafa to go into that kind of swing down in Australia, but obviously, as Carlos had said, even just going to play in Abu Dhabi in the exhibition, it just allowed, Rafa to start feeling like a tennis player again. He said for a long period after the Washington, pull out and then go, saying that he's got to take that time off. He said he just didn't even feel like a tennis player. So mentally, just being back on court against his contemporaries was a big thing for him when he went to the Middle East. But obviously, just from the way that Carlos was talking, you're feeling like, wow, this guy has not been able to kind of be able to put in the kind of preparation that he would like to, regardless of anything else, just that he would like to be able to get on court. Obviously, some of that fell away in Melbourne in the 250 when he won it, because obviously you could see that the tennis was pretty close. But then you obviously take into the fact that you've got to play best of 5 and all of those things that, that's where obviously, these great players and Rafa in particular have just found a way. But if you were to ask anyone at the start of the match if it went to 5, who it was going to favour, the argument would have definitely been it was going to favour Daniil, and obviously, as it turned out, that wasn't the case.
Over the course of the next 2 hours, let's say, if there was a 60-40 favoritism towards Medvedev going into the match, that of course increased, but even probably as early on as the first 4 games, which were shared. But I remember your co-commentators were saying, this is just not sustainable. I've got an image on the screen right now of a point that Rafa did incredibly win. I remember images of him with his sweat. He's going love 30 down. In this particular game, he's going to deuce in both of the games. I think he faced a break point or 2 as well. And Medvedev was just breezing through. I think the first 20 minutes of the match, it seemed like Nadal was serving for 17, 18 minutes. Medvedev had served for a minute, and the other time they were sat in the chair. Did you also have a similar feeling to your co-commentators that some of the incredible stuff that Nadal was pulling out, like this particular shot, which I still to this day don't know how he won it, did you just think as well, this is not sustainable as well at this juncture?
Yeah, I mean, that was sustainable for Daniil. That was the thing, and it just didn't look at that stage that Rafa was going to be able to kind of find a way mid-match to be able to find something that was going to change the tide of a lot of the rallies that were going. It was always going to take something very unique to break the stranglehold of the big 4. We talk about who was going to come through. Daniil was the kind of perfect prototype for that. Massive server and a guy that returns quantity of balls to good length. And he was always good, and that has definitely proved to be something it's very problematic, even for these great players to get past. And as you say, it was incredibly difficult at the start of the match to see what Rafa was going to attempt to do. He probably started the match to be. I mean, there was, as I said, there was a game. I think it was 2-1 or to get to 2-1 in the opening set. He was down love 30 on his serve. Even that game, he pulled out 2 incredible points. And I remember Brad Stein and John Fitzgerald, who I was commentating with, we were like, well, that's just to hang in there. This is to hang into his serve, let alone trying to break Medvedev at this stage. He probably went inside in a little bit too much with his forehand at the start of the match. He probably tugged it a little bit too much into Daniil's backhand. As you watch the match go through, there was definitely more inside out, which then opened up the inside in for when he did want to go to it. He hit a lot of slice backhands early on. I think probably a little bit deeper than he did as the match continued as well, because Daniil hits the ball flat, didn't want to give him any pace. So that was a tactic that obviously Rafa, as the match was going on, he started drilling his backhand way harder as the match went on as well. Yeah. There were some big changes that Rafa was able to implement, and particularly the drop shot, and the forehand drop shot arguably was one of the big game changers of the whole match.
Yeah, I mean, I think the slice was a tactic he used quite a bit in New York a couple of years before, 3 years before. And I think it was far more effective in the first couple of sets that day than it was in Melbourne. Of course, the narrative there was slightly different with Rafa taking the lead in New York, and it was very different in Australia. I remember at the end of the first set, I was listening back to some of your commentary as well from, just the other day, I was listening to it. And I don't know if you can see these stats, but pretty much off the top of our head, we remember how the first set went. It was 6-2. It was, even the 2 games that Nadal won, he was, just about held on. Total points, 31-17, tells a story all of itself. And 4 aces to love as well in favor of Medvedev. Yep. You said at this point that it had, in your commentary live, it had echoes of the Novak-Nadal final of 2019, when we all remember how Novak just, thrashed Rafa, really. Again, thoughts at this point, I guess it's just enforced the favor towards Medvedev, right? Medvedev.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this stage, the first 2 sets for Daniil, he served over 80% first serves in. I mean, he served at 82 and 81%. I mean, against anyone, he's gonna be pretty difficult to beat unless you can get it to a tiebreaker when you're serving in those kind of numbers. I mean, that's sort of unplayable in terms of the way that he plays, because then he's going to kind of try and boss you off the returns as well by getting into a lot of rallies. So that those first 2 sets were crucial for many ways. We saw how well Daniil Heaney couldn't have played any better. If you're looking for a positive from Rafa at this particular stage, he probably couldn't play it any better, and Rafa could have served ultimately for the set. He served for the second set, didn't close it out. Obviously, had his chances, but he also took 2 hours and 6 minutes out of Daniil's legs. And at the time, everything's beautiful in hindsight, but at the time, we didn't realize necessarily how important that particular stat was in terms of just because of how hard you have to move against Rafa dynamically, and the route, obviously, and how Daniil was feeling out there. That was something that ultimately became into play. So at the start of the match, had he lost those opening 2 sets in the same fashion that he lost the first one, he probably would have been out of there in 3 or probably 4 in terms of the energy that Daniil would have had. But as the match went on and he lost energy, obviously Daniil's tactics had to change to kind of compensate for his loss of physical conditioning to some degree.
It's perfect at the moment. We're having one segue after another. I'm really pleased you mentioned the energy, because I want to bring up that second set, which I do think now in hindsight we can look back on in just of how energy sapping it was for Medvedev. None more so probably than the 40-shot rally, which you described as outrageous at midpoint of the second set. That actually, although Nadal doesn't win this set and he had his chances to do so, which you highlighted, perhaps this was the beginning of the turning point, particularly in terms of Medvedev's energy. Rafa goes up a break in this set. He's 4-1 up actually at one point, and he's looking good. Medvedev gets that break back. It's not looking good, if you like, for Rafa in terms of momentum. Rafa does what he can only he can possibly do, maybe Novak too, and rest back the momentum. And then he's serving. So this is just that 40-shot rally, which was just how he won. It was insane. And some of the expressions of celebration, though, from Rafa were kind of, normally you'd get a big fist bump from him, but during the first set and a half, it was sort of relief or tiredness as well from Rafa. It was not until sort of midpoint of the third set when he starts celebrating in big style, but we'll come to the third set in a minute. And you mentioned how he was serving it out, and the worst moment really of that point when he's serving out is the first point. He gets in a nigh on perfect serve. Medvedev does extremely well to get his racket on it, but he lets it bounce, and I don't know if you can see how close he is to the net here, but from memory, I'm sure you remember, how he missed that, and it had echoes of when with the smash he did a year before. There's quite a few echoes from other matches, and we'll be coming to those when he put a smash into the net against Tsitsipas. What's it like? I don't know, Mark, if you've had matches when you've served out sets but not managed to do it, tried to serve out matches or been breaks up. How demoralizing for most mere mortals, and I hope you don't mind me calling you a mere mortal, Mark.
I am definitely a mere mortal, yes.
How is it? How demoralizing can it be when that doesn't quite go to plan?
It's obviously hugely demoralizing, particularly in a final of a major where you're looking to try and win it for the second time, and you've had some heartbreakers over the years as well. I mean, those are the things that obviously has scar tissue that Rafa has to put out of his mind in these moments when things suddenly start to go against him in this final. He's absolutely desperate to win the Australian Open for a second time, and join Novak in that particular category. And so there's an awful lot that's going on in that situation. And obviously for somebody as good as him to miss essentially certain shots that he missed in those kind of moments, that they were painful. But there were, as in that particular game, obviously, and when he had the set point, he missed a routine slice backhand. Again, another shot that, Rafa makes in his sleep that he doesn't make. And it goes to show that, there is this sort of compound effect of pressure as you're set down that just makes it a little bit more difficult to be as efficient, even in the breaker. He's in that sort of situation, and he's sort of unable to make a routine volley when he's up in the breaker to put it away. Daniil comes back, and then Medvedev throws in an unexpected drop shot. These things are happening at warp speed out there, and yet somehow you've got to kind of try and put it to one side. And I guess this is why it will go down as one of the greatest achievements for Rafa. That the fact was that he had all those chances as well at the back end of the second set, and yet still somehow ended up holding the trophy after over 5 hours.
Yeah, an echo again with the Tsitsipas match from the quarterfinal. Not just the smash he put into the net, but also there was a shank in this particular game. And I remember him shanking as well against Tsitsipas, and also having a mini break up against Tsitsipas in 2021, having a mini break up again in that tie break that you just touched upon. And then the shot that, again, I've got up on the screen now of Medvedev's backhand winner was almost also the tail of the first couple of sets, the backhand down the line, which we know Rafa can sometimes be vulnerable with. Given the amount of space he sort of allows on his forehand side sometimes, particularly against Novak. You know, and then, you know, it's a worldie. It's an absolute worldie for Medvedev, to use a footballing parlance, if I can. And it's now 2-0. And, you know, is there any way back realistically? Of course, there's going to be another junk. There's going to be one more juncture. It's actually going to get worse for Rafa before it gets better. But at this point, it's still pretty bad, right?
I mean, it's at this stage, it looks pretty tough. I mean, you know, at that stage, I think all three of us, Brad, Fitzy, and myself, were feeling like, well, how does he pull this around from this situation, given how well sort of Daniil's played, and also just from the fact that we were still obviously sitting in the unknown camp of how much energy is he going to have, how much cardio could he do, how long can he stay out here competitively, how much has the foot kind of halted the progress in terms of that part of it, obviously what you need to take care of. So, you know, that this is the worst possible scenario for him. And as he jumps out at the start of the third set, and he has a little bit of a nibble first game against Medvedev, but then he's love 30 down in his first service game of the second set. So he's 2 sets to love down. He's one love. He's love 30 down. And then he wriggles out of that game. And then I guess we're going to get on to the point that everybody knows.
Yeah, we are. Exactly. Thanks for halting, because again, nicely set up there. You know, we're now at love 30 on his serve at 2-3, I think it is. And we'll come to the love 40 in a second. And
so this was a big smash at love 30, right? And another point he should have won.
Absolutely. I mean, so yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it was a tricky one. Well, we'll talk about it in a second. Let's just have a look at sort of 15, 20 seconds here of this particular point, and maybe even this.
Yeah, I mean, this point, I mean, that was this for me was kind of indicative of how the night had been going for Rafa. I mean, doesn't do an awful lot, but airtime for Medvedev, and just crushes the backhand down the line. At that particular point, you think, well, you know, Rafa with the overhead, just a stunning get from Daniil, and the writing at this particular point feels like it's on the wall.
Well, you said at that point that surely is the decisive point, the defining moment. Medvedev.
Shows what I know.
Yeah, I know. Well, listen, I think your co-commentators, I must give them a mention at this point. In fact, you can give them a mention, because they played a part, of course, in your commentary booth.
Yeah, Brad Stein and Fitzy. I think Brad said something along the lines like he's just about to nail the lid on the coffin here or something.
Exactly.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something along those lines.
I've got it all down. Listen, we'll come back to your commentary at the end of the show as well. But I don't want to praise you too much, Mark, but I do think that the commentary from you and your colleagues, Brad Stein and John Fitzgerald, I think needs to be something that's mentioned. I mean, the video's got like almost 3 million views on YouTube. The match is 10 months old, so in another 10 years, that will probably go up, you know, a lot, let's say. And also, of course, that's not including Eurosport views. That's not including the millions and maybe a lot more than that were watching live at the time in English. The commentaries that you gave will be the memories from the fans. The expressions like decisive point, defining moment, miracle in Melbourne, we've already mentioned it. As you said as well, Medvedev's got the hammer and nails out and about to put the lid on the coffin. I think that may well be Brad who said that, but apologies if it was John or maybe.
No, it was Brad.
It was Brad,
it was definitely Brad, yeah.
And so
because I think he said in the fifth set something along the line. He's like, he's just taken the lid off.
That's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said. And listen, Mark, I mean, you were there, but I'm telling you now, and I think I speak for hundreds of thousands and maybe many more fans, that these comments, you know, if Rafa gets 99% of the plaudits, and rightly so, and maybe Medvedev played his part as well, maybe they can share some of that. But the memories will also be augmented, let's say that, by some of the commentary, whether it was wildly wrong after 2.5 sets or not. Because as we said, back to the match, at love 40, that image I showed of 96-4, by the way, that it got worse after that, because that image, a lot of people remember that 96-4, but that was actually a couple of games before, and now it's love 40. What are your memories? I mean, of course, it's 10 months, and also sometimes the memories could improve with watching the videos. But can you remember what I mean, you've said what you thought at the time, but can you remember anything else that you were thinking? Were you a bit embarrassed even for Rafa at this point? Because I had friends that are casual observers of tennis. They know Rafa, they know Djokovic, they know Federer. They know how good they are. They're texting me, and I didn't even respond because I just thought they don't know what they said. Oh, what's going on with Rafa? And I thought, well, this wasn't a strong possibility.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, at this stage, it could have been one set all. I mean, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Well, it could have been one set all, but obviously, having battled through his first service game of this third set, and then he's sitting at love 40 at 3-2 at this particular stage. I mean, you can't help but feel as though, this is done. It's so rare to come back from 2 sets to love against another player as good as Medvedev, who's in the top 10. I mean, you just need to go back and look at all of these guys' records, and look at how decisive even the first set is in terms of where the outcome goes. I mean, you're up in the 80% sort of bracket of matches that will always go that way, if you're not getting pretty close to 90%. It's 2 sets to love down. Again, it just takes it to a whole different sphere. And then on top of that, you've got this situation that's developed at 3-2 love 40, and the way that Daniil's played, and he's won a major, and he's beaten Novak, who had been unbeaten in majors at the start, for the whole of last year. I mean, everything at that particular point is converging to this is going to be Daniil's night here in Melbourne, and there's not a lot that Rafa can do about it. It's not that he's playing poorly, it's just that he hasn't, at that particular stage, found a consistent pattern of play that's winning the points, and Daniil's able to sort of outlast him. He's doing enough net rushing Daniil to keep Rafa off balance. And really, at that particular point, he was the better player, and he deserved to be in the situation that he was in. And then cue the Rocky music.
Yeah, exactly. Cue the Rocky music, indeed. And this is the third. I think this is the 4th point so this is the third break point. Sorry, that Rafa saved, which is also pretty sensational. We've got an interesting caption here. I don't know if you can see it on the screen, where actually it's one that we started to see a bit more often as the match wore on, with kind of Medvedev caught in no man's land. But I think that Medvedev feels very comfortable at the back of the court. And then there's moments when perhaps many players would attack the net or just move towards the net, but he sort of doesn't really know what to do. And I think his mind become frazzled, but I'll get your thoughts on that. I mean, Nadal still played some sensational points in this game to get out of jail, basically.
I mean, he played unbelievable. I mean, go back. I mean, we obviously can't see the love 40 point here, but you go back to the love 40 point, it's a forehand drop shot winner from Rafa at that stage. It was a shot that he played at break point at 4-3 in the second set, down when he got to 5-3, couldn't serve it out. But it was a shot that suddenly he realized that was going to have to be massively, important to him. The second one of these points, because it was ingrained, was a backhand that was overhit from Daniil. It was the first time, I think Brad said at the time, actually, looking like he just sort of overplayed at that particular point. He says, maybe just a bit anxious. And then that point there was obviously a bit of a throw-in drop shot from Medvedev that'll work beautifully at 5-all in the breaker in the second set, caught Rafa off. But of course, when you play a shot like that, what you do is just instill it in your opponent's mind, and somebody as great as Rafa, that, hey, another big point coming, he may go to that particular play. And he went to that play at 30-40, and obviously Rafa got up there and just made a beautiful little flick and anticipated it and got himself back to deuce. But I'm not going to sit here today and say, oh yeah, that particular stage I could see that Rafa was going to start making a comeback from it. I just thought at that point he was surviving and just hoping for want of a better word, for a miracle, which unbelievably unfolded.
Yeah, and as we can see from this image here, the reason I actually stopped this image, because as you mentioned, the first point, the drop shot, that I had to choose about 20, if you like, from this match, and that was up there at 21 or 22 from this game. But in the end, I decided to go for the third break point. I've actually got this image on the screen as well of Rafa celebrating, and the reason I do it is I contrast it to some of the celebrations he had in the first couple of sets. You might say it's because he's rescued it much closer to the finish line for his opponent, but there was something from his celebrations that I thought, this isn't a tired Rafa now. This is somebody, I remember, I think it was the end of the first set, but it could have been the end of the second, when he does the old bathroom break and does come out looking fresh and rejuvenated, as many players do. But in particular that day, I just remember thinking how, it looked like he'd had a shower almost and come out fresh, and not the shower of sweat that he was showing in the first set. And the celebrations I thought were interesting, and the communication, albeit like in a legal way, you know, just the looks and the stuff between him and Carlos, I thought was interesting throughout this third set, maybe more than at any other moment. There was one moment as well towards the end of the third set. I think Nadal is close to winning the third set. I think he's got a break point or two on the Medvedev serve, and he looks at Carlos and he's like, "What can I do?" And Carlos is just like, "Just chill. It's coming. It's coming." And I thought that was an interesting passage, of course, which ended up leading to Nadal winning the set. Did you think that at the time, or have you thought that again since?
I feel like that was a pretty instinctive reaction from Rafa, to be honest, in terms of where he was in the match. I mean, that was just, do you know what? My back's right against the wall here, and I've got to survive. And you know what? That's given me a chance. That's given me a lifeline here. And it's also what it has done is now forced Daniil to think about something that he has to lose, because even at 2-0, it's easy to kind of, you know, say on comms, you know, well, they've got something to lose now. And obviously we do say it, because obviously if you go into a match, whether you're the underdog or the favorite, once you get to that stage, you do have something to lose, because from 2-0 up, you feel like you shouldn't lose that match. Much more at that point, that got sort of exponentially harder in some ways for Daniil, maybe in Rafa's mind, because now he's had love 30 on my first service game of the third, could really put me under pressure, get away to a 3-love start, hasn't been able to do it. He's now potentially not getting out of this game at 3-2 with my serve. So suddenly, you know, he's really got something to lose. And obviously, once you're as, you know, like you are like Rafa, and you've been in this competitive cauldron for as many times as he has, he senses that moment. It's like, hey, there's going to be potentially a little bit of, you know, fragility down there. He's never won the Australian Open. He has won a major, but he's never won this tournament. And I have. And those kind of things just started percolating, and they were sort of like just under the surface there. That as you say, with this reaction, you can argue that was it. But obviously, I do feel as though one of the points you made, Daniil did start playing a little bit more inside the baseline, because Rafa dropped the length on his slice backhand. It was a bit deep for a part of it. So he ended up, Daniil doesn't do badly at the net. He's competent, but he would never go down at the moment as a great volleyer. But he's not so, he likes to attack the net rather than defend it. He's not going to come in on a pair of twos. And by dropping the ball short and forcing him with his flat shots to take pace off to make that shot and potentially come in, or hit and scramble back, which you do. And then obviously if you can hit him with a very hard shot after that, he's much more off balance. You may not win it with that point, but you're going to soften him up. And I think as the match went on, Rafa did start hitting the ball a little bit shorter with the slice, then hitting his two-hander much harder. And then he ended up finding a way that he could just unsettle Medvedev a little bit. And then we got obviously the physical fatigue, but it was the backhand down the line at 4-all pass in the third that was just it was insane. I mean, it was just, you know, it was probably the shot at the time. There were many shots that you kind of look back on, and there's obviously the forehand in the fifth set that he hits that obviously everyone remembers, and I remember. But the backhand at 4-all to get the break was exceptional.
I'm glad you mentioned 4-all. That's the next game I want to come to. And of course, Rafa's tennis deserves a lot of praise. Do we also think from the midpoint to then the end of the third set, and maybe even for the rest of the match, the delay to the delay. Hopefully you can all hear me loud and clear. I am with you now with the game at 1-game-all. Medvedev had a very comfortable hold to love. That was followed by a fairly comfortable hold for Holger Rune. However, we are currently at 30-all on the Medvedev serve. Let me know your thoughts and your predictions for this match. Last time I checked the live poll, it was 64-36 in favor of Rune in terms of who you thought was going to win. I see Rune here just suggesting a serve is out, but Carlos Bernardes is saying it is in. So it's 40-30 now to Daniil Medvedev. Rune doesn't look particularly happy. Oh, wow. I think it's just landed in. Very, very close. But, of course, 1% in. 1% in? Yeah, 99% out is 100% in. Does that make sense? It's a nice backhand there from Medvedev. Should put him in charge of the point. Had a chance to come into the net there, which, of course, we've seen from Daniil in the past, where he is reluctant to do so. He should win the point here, and he does. But he got away with it. 2-1. So everyone has held serve thus far. Make sure you hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. I will be sharing the score with you, ladies and gentlemen, on the screen very, very shortly. If you just give me a minute or so, that will appear for you. But yes, let me know your thoughts on this match. I'll come to the live chat very shortly. Also, if you are pumped for the French Open, maybe you're feeling a bit deflated, particularly if you are a Rafa Nadal fan on the men's side. But also, of course, lots to look forward to on the women's. We still don't quite know what condition Iga Swiatek will be in. She, of course, pulled out of this tournament midway through the third set of her, was it semi-final with Rybakina? Yes, I think it was semi-final. Was it quarterfinal? Quarterfinal with Rybakina. So Iga would obviously normally be the favorite, but given her situation, let's see. Anyway, I'm going to share the score with you on the screen if you give me a minute or so. Scores. Here we go. So yes, as I said to you, it is currently 2-1 with Medvedev holding serve in the end to 30. Okay, here we go. Now this is nice for you. And I will come to the live chat to see if anybody's saying anything. Oh yeah, by the way, Maria, hola, ¿cómo estás? Estamos hablando en inglés, pero estamos aquí y yo entiendo tu palabra sobre su apoyo para Daniil Medvedev, 100%. So thank you, Maria, for your support. And, of course, towards Daniil Medvedev. And here we go. Let's get that score for you up on the screen. Thus, so 2-1. As you can see, Rune serving to the forehand of Daniil Medvedev, and the forehand of Medvedev goes long. So 15 love, Holger Rune. And by the way, the poll that I see now is 59% for Holger Rune, 41% Daniil Medvedev. So get voting, particularly if you feel strongly either way. We're now in the middle of a rally here. It'll be interesting to see what Holger Rune's rally tolerance is like today. Of course, it was excellent against Djokovic in the quarterfinals last week, or on Wednesday, I should say. And on that occasion, he went for the drop shot, Holger Rune. Didn't work. And it is now 15-all. On that occasion, make sure you hit the like button. By the way, we are getting very, very close to 2,000 subscribers. The goal for pretty much trying to get there before the French Open. I think maybe optimistically, I was hoping to get there before the end of this tournament. And we are on 1969, which is, of course, the year we landed on the moon. So how about that? 1,969 subscribers. (30-15) now. Holger Rune leads on his serve. Comes into the net. Ooh, dearie me. Did it land in or out? Carlos is going to go and check the line. Of course, Holger will be desperately hoping it landed out because otherwise he put his volley out. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it was out. So it's a second serve for Holger Rune. But that volley at the net was not great. So it's lucky for him that it was out. And Medvedev, I'm sure, is hoping that it had landed in, but it didn't. So 30-15. And I'll need a sip of water. Wow. Okay. Okay, Holger, where are you going with this serve? Backhand return from Daniil. Good depth on that one. Holger now on the backhand as well. That's a bit short, though, from Holger. And it's a bit short from Daniil. In fact, some pretty short balls on both of them at the moment. Good net clearance there from Daniil, but the reason he had good net clearance is because he ended up going long on that. So 40-15. Two games to one. (40-15) now, Daniil Medvedev. And Daniil Medvedev goes wide, so it is 2 games all to the relief of Holger Rune. Jack Draper, by the way, getting involved in his match today against Muller. The French Open qualifiers, of course, get underway tomorrow. Liam Brody will be in action there against Frenchman Gea, or Gea, perhaps I should be saying. So those qualifiers get underway tomorrow. So the French Open officially gets underway tomorrow. And a week from now, we will be talking about the French Open. A double fault, by the way, for Daniil Medvedev means love 15. What do we think about Daniil Medvedev's little shimmy and dance yesterday? Did that excite us, by the way? So 2 games all, 15 all. Couldn't be closer. Daniil Medvedev serving. He's got off to a fairly solid start. I made Holger Rune the warm favorite for this match. Let me know what you think or thought about that. Now it's on the forehand to the backhand now of Holger. Goes cross court. Forehand Holger Rune, forehand Daniil Medvedev, backhand Holger Rune, forehand to forehand. Daniil Medvedev being solid here. As Jack touched on before, perhaps Medvedev may well be considering the fact that we've got some doubts over Rune's longevity, if that's the right word, of whether he can last. I do think this 2-week format in Rome may well have assisted him, though, compared to the shorter form in Monte Carlo, where we did see him run out of steam a bit in that final against Andrei Rublev. Of course, he's got the 5-set format to consider in Paris. We'll see how he gets on there. And it's now 40-15, or I should say 15-40. We have 2 break points for Holger Rune. Jane, I know you loved it. We'll all be doing the Medi. We'll be all weddings this summer, all doing the Medi. Let's do the Medi. Okay. And it's an unreturnable, is that? It's been called in, so it's 30-40. Not that, of course, Holger Rune is particularly pleased, but indeed. Just landed in, clipped the line. So 30-40, here we go. Break point number 2. Rune, his return goes out by some distance, I think. And it's deuce. 2 good first serves there from Daniil Medvedev. Very important. And now it's a double fault. No, it's not. Sorry. It's an advantage for Medvedev. Game point now. So he faced 2 break points. But now, oh, is that Boris Becker? Indeed it is. Shaven-headed Boris. And it's a volleyed winner from Daniil Medvedev, a volleyed drive winner, bringing up 3 games to 2. We will go for a short break, and we'll be back with you in approximately 60 seconds. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Big hold there from Daniil Medvedev, facing 2 break points after a double fault, but in the end, he managed to hold serve. So we are at 3-2, or I should say 2-3. Rune is serving. For those of you just joining us, make sure you hit the like button if you haven't done so already. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. We are going to be bringing you more and more top content, but we need subscribers. 1,969 is not enough. We need to get to that 2,000 mark as soon as possible. 15 love on the Holger Rune serve. Just click that subscribe button and we will be that. You can see just how close we are to 2,000. Okay, 15 love, Holger Rune goes into the net on his first serve. Second serve. Where are you going with this one? You're going to the backhand of Medvedev, forehand Holger Rune, backhand Medvedev, low net clearance there, drop shot Holger Rune, not good enough. Drop shot back from Daniil Medvedev, not good enough either. And Holger Rune makes it 30 love. So, pretty comfortable so far on Holger's serve. Daniil was comfortable until that previous game when he had to face 2 break points, but you could argue it was a little bit careless from Daniil with the double fault. Forehand return from Daniil is wild, almost as wild as that dance yesterday, and it is now 3 game points for the Dane at 40 love. Let's all do the Medi. A serve volley, though, from Rune doesn't work. We know about the serve volley tactic that has been so successful against Daniil Medvedev in the past. Rune trying to deploy it there, but a very important element of the tactic is you need to have that volleying technique at the net. It's something I suggested to Jack before the match. Does Rune have it in his locker? Jack was suggesting that he probably does. I would agree, although on that occasion, his deployment of it just didn't work. Anyway, Medvedev goes wide and long with that return. So it is 3 games all. 187 kilometers an hour, that first serve there from Holger. Medvedev is going a little bit bigger. 21 minutes in, and we are now at 3 games all. Hopefully we'll be catching up with Vanch afterwards. He'll be sharing his thoughts on this match. We'll have a sort of a 10-minute debrief with Vanch, and that's a double fault for Medvedev. Now, is that a sign of anxiety or possibly more likely a slightly riskier tactic, shall we say, on the serve from Daniil? Love 15. Backhand return, though, is mistimed and mishit, and it is 15 all. And Medvedev, 15-30 now. So another little sniff for the Dane. Now, where's Daniil going with this serve? He's going to the backhand of Rune, a defensive return because it was a pretty good serve. And a 1-2 from Medvedev brings up 30 all. Okay, 30 all. Medvedev goes wide on the first serve. Is it going to be game point or break point? Game point or break point? Forehand return, not bad. Very much in this rally now. Holger Rune, forehand Daniil Medvedev, forehand Rune, forehand again from Medvedev. Good depth from both players here. Backhand to backhand right now. Medvedev, as usual, now the forehand. Good aggression there from Rune, just picking up the pace when needs be, although he goes long with that forehand, and it is game point for Daniil Medvedev, 40-30. So apparently Daniil Medvedev is #1 in the ATP race. And by the way, he's held serve there, so it's 4 games to 3. Daniil Medvedev is #1 in the ATP race, courtesy of Tennis and Bagels, their Twitter account. Let's give that a quick share on the screen. So yeah, he is #1 in the ATP race. Good to see him back playing his best tennis, and even better now as he reaches his first ATP 1000 Club final and second overall in his career. Barcelona being the first. Barcelona 2019, was that an ATP 1000? I know it's 500 these days. Oh, okay, yeah, his second overall on clay. My apologies for misreading that. So, yeah, what are our thoughts on the match so far? I'll come to the live chat shortly, while they are at the changeover at 4 games to 3. And I will just play us a brief promo clip. You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on this surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
And we are back with Holger Rune serving at 3-4. Coco Gauff there airing her thoughts on the French Open. Of course, how far do you have her going? Let us know in the live chat. Backhand here for Holger Rune, mixing up to the forehand of Daniil Medvedev. Forehand now to the backhand of Daniil Medvedev. I think right now this match is pretty intriguing, by the way. If I suggested Holger Rune was a warm favourite for beforehand, Daniil Medvedev is doing more than his best to hold his own. And in fact, now he is at love 15 on the Holger Rune serve. So a little chink of light, perhaps, for Medvedev as he tries to break the Dane. Been pretty close. We've had 2 break points so far in the match, both going the way of Holger Rune, but Medvedev did exceptionally well to hold, winning 4 points in a row. That was a couple of games ago. Anyway, he's now got a second serve to look at after Holger Rune puts his first serve into the net. So Where are we going with this one? We're going to go for a serve and volley, but it's not necessary because Medvedev goes long with his return. 15 all. Okay. We have several of you tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. As I said, we are very, very close to the 2,000 mark. It'll be excellent if we get even closer before the end of today's show. Backhand Holger Rune, backhand Medvedev, forehand Holger Rune, going to the forehand of Daniil Medvedev, forehand Holger Rune, backhand Medvedev, goes wide. Daniil Rune there just hanging in and reaped the reward as a result. 30-15. 3-4. "28 minutes on the clock in the Eternal City." First serve into the net from Holger Rune. Medvedev, where are you going to be? You are on the backhand return. Forehand Rune goes into the net. So it is 30 all. Unforced error count is 10 for Medvedev, 7 for Rune. Again, Medvedev just having a little sniff on the Holger serve. Holger clips the net and therefore goes long on the first serve. So it's a second serve for Daniil Medvedev to look at here. Packed crowd in Rome. Forehand return, forehand Rune, backhand now from Medvedev goes into the net, and it is 40-30 to the Dane, bringing up a game point as we head towards the half-hour mark in this match. Rune, where are you going with your first serve? You're going into the net with your first serve. That's where you're going. Therefore, I suggest that probably with a second serve, he won't be doing a serve volley here. Backhand return for Medvedev, forehand Rune, backhand Medvedev, forehand Rune, backhand Medvedev, backhand Rune now, drop shot, not quite good enough, but nor was Medvedev's volley at the end, really. In the end, maybe Medvedev should have won that point, and it is 4 games all. Holger heading towards his chair, although not a changeover. It is 17 degrees in Rome, pretty cool, and there's been a lot of talk this week about a roof. But it is a very expensive project, particularly as the stadium is pretty old. I would imagine it's even trickier to add a roof to somewhere in Rome compared to, say, I would suggest the addition of the roof at Madrid, for example, a much more modern complex. I don't think it's that easy. Anyway, here we go. Medvedev serving, 4 games all. A good return from Holger Rune, but a good depth there from Medvedev. Backhand Holger Rune. Now it's on the forehand of Daniil Medvedev. Has the chance to go big. Rune, good depth there from Rune, putting himself in charge of the point. And is that an excellent forehand winner? Yes, it is. Love 15. Love 15. Medvedev goes down the tee. Forehand return from Holger Rune. Now he's in trouble. Rune's in charge of this point, but he clips the net. Medvedev, has that landed in? If that's landed in, it's an excellent shot, and I think it has. I think it might have just clipped the line. 15 all. That was an excellent shot there from Daniil Medvedev, saving himself because he was in big trouble. Okay, so 30-15 now, Daniil Medvedev, so things are a little bit more comfortable for him. Where are you going with this serve? You're going to the backhand to the backhand. Rune in trouble, and it is 40-15. Two game points now. Good first serve there from Medvedev. He comes into the net with a forehand drive volley, comes into the net again with a backhand volley, and Rune's in trouble, and Medvedev holds serve. Again, a fairly comfortable hold. We've only seen one moment really where either serve was under threat, and that was Medvedev a couple of games ago. But it is 5-4 for the world number 3. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And we are back. As you can see on the live screen there, it is 5-4 to Daniil Medvedev. Rune under a bit of pressure because he's serving to stay in this first set. Until now, Rune has been pretty comfortable on his serve. Will he remain so? That heart will be beating a little bit faster, but that will help because Medvedev has gone very long on his return, and it is 15-love to Holger Rune. As I suggested in that video, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Okay, backhand return here for Medvedev. Good shot there from Medvedev. He's in charge of this rally, is he? Maybe it's neutral right now. Forehand Medvedev, forehand Holger Rune. Forehand Medvedev now goes to the backhand side of Holger Rune. It's now on the forehand of Medvedev. Is that going to be a winner? No, it's not, but he's very much in charge at this point, and he wins it. It's 15-all. 15-all. Technically, factually, objectively, Daniil Medvedev is 3 points away from winning the first set. Bit of work to be done yet, though. But Rune there, that point seemed to take a little bit of energy out of him. 15-all. Carlos Bernardes there taking a ball because Rune wasn't particularly happy with it. Anyway, 15-all. Rune serving into the net on his first serve. So, second serve here for Daniil to look at. And he's going to the forehand. Coming into the net for the volley. It's a good volley, a really, really good volley from Holger Rune. I was highlighting the lack of quality on his previous volley, but on that one, there was a real deftness of touch, and he executed that perfectly. Medvedev managed to chase it down and get his racket on it, but there was just no way he was going to dink it back over the net. Look at that. Perfection. Okay, 30-15. Who's your favorite right now? I have to say Medvedev has impressed so far. Forehand return for Medvedev is in, and therefore Rune's in a bit of trouble. Forehand now Medvedev. Forehand Rune goes long, and we are now at 30-all. This really is a match of sort of rally tolerance so far. Maybe we shouldn't be surprised at that. Both of them waiting before they pull the trigger. It tends to be Rune pulling it a little bit earlier, but depends on who gets the first chance. Anyway, 30 all. Once again, Medvedev is not far away from winning this set, at least technically, 2 points away. Forehand return is sliced. Rune comes into the net with a smash. It's not successful, but it doesn't have to be because Medvedev does get his racket on it, but it lands out, and it is 40-30. Game point, Holger Rune. As we look back again at Boris Becker in the crowd. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. 40-30, Holger Rune, game point. Backhand return from Medvedev goes wide. That's a big hold from Holger Rune, of course, as he was serving to stay in the first set. It is now 5 games all. Make sure you get voting, by the way, in our poll that we have running. We've got a poll running to see who you think is going to win. So get voting in that poll. Last time I saw it was about 60-40 in favor of Rune. As I said, I made Rune the warm favorite before the match got underway. As it turns out, Medvedev is pushing him hard. Now, Rune. Oh, what a passing shot that is from Daniil Medvedev. Oh, take a bow. 15 love. He was in big trouble on that point, by the way. 15 love. Passing shot there from Daniil Medvedev. Woo. Exquisite. 39 minutes on the clock. Medvedev, where are you going with this one? You're going down the tee. Forehand return goes long. So it's 30 love. Rune's not making as much of an impression on the Medvedev serve as I expected today. Just 2 break points so far in this set. 5 service games for Medvedev. He's in his 6th now. And it's 40 love. 40 love. I remember seeing Holger in Madrid a few weeks ago against Bublik. And for 2 sets, just couldn't get close to Bublik's serve. He was mixing things up. He was getting frustrated. Looks at his team. Didn't really know what to do on the return. And it's a similar feeling today with Medvedev's serve. 40 love. Backhand. Unusual attempt at a return there from Rune, but it doesn't work. Daniil Medvedev holds, and we will take a very short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And we are back. Just having a quick look at Edberg, Stefan Edberg getting a golden racket. It looked like early on today. I saw a speech as well from Martina Navratilova. Good to see her out and about after her recent cancer diagnosis. But it looks like things are looking up for Martina, which is great. Anyway, Rune, 5-6, serving. Just having a quick look at Edberg's trophy haul. Just wondering how he did in Rome. Got course, he wasn't quite so well known for his clay court prowess, but he did win some clay court titles, winning in Gstaad in '86, for example. Winning a few titles on carpet too, by the way. Carpet, we don't see that anymore on the tour. Just having another look at his clay court tour titles here. Outdoor grass, yeah, hard. Still playing on carpet as early as '91. He won in Hamburg in '92, won in Madrid in '93, both towards sort of the end of his career, but didn't win in Rome. Nevertheless, he got his golden racket. Okay, back to the present. 5-6, it is for Rune on his serve, and it's 15-love for the Dane. Hi, Ghibli, nice to have you on board. Rune isn't getting as good a read on Daniil's serves as I thought he might. Well, indeed, I suggested about just 2 or 3 minutes ago, Ghibli, that really he's struggling on the. I expected him to make a bigger impression on the Daniil serve, in that he's had 2 break points in this entire set. That means 6 service games. And I would expect on this surface at least, and given Rune's prowess and ability to upset the best of them, I would expect Rune to come closer to the Daniil serve. But it is reminiscent of the match he played against Bublik, aside from the style that Bublik has. But I'm talking about the serve. For 2 sets in Madrid, this is, Rune just could not get a handle on Bublik's serve. And in fact, I posted that on social media, and Rune himself liked it, although, of course, it may well have been his mother, bearing in mind she manages his social media, as far as I'm aware, who may well have liked that. But yeah, he's really struggling on the Medvedev serve, and that has surprised me a bit. And like I say, it's reminiscent of a match that he did, by the way, go on to win in a 3rd set tiebreak, but he just couldn't get a hold of it. And that may be, on a broader point, maybe a bigger concern for him going into the French, if there's going to be matches where he just can't get a read on his opponent's serve. Okay, but at least he's going to get 5 sets there, of course, to figure things out, if that makes sense. Okay, 30-15, Holger Rune, 5-6. That was an important point. Medvedev there with an unforced error into the net. I made Rune the warm favorite before this, but thus far, Medvedev is proving me wrong. Of course, in 5 minutes, that can all change. Okay. Wondering how, in terms of you there, Ghibli, asking how important it is win the first set here. I remember last year's winner winning the first set. Oh, good return there from Daniil Medvedev, 30-all. So last year, I remember the person who won the first set, which was Novak Djokovic, went on to win the match. And the year before, Rafa Nadal won the first set, went on to win the match. Let's have a quick look at previous years. So just to see how important it does historically turn out to be winning the tournament here. By the way, if we get a set point here potentially, which we might do for Medvedev, I should probably concentrate on the present. Backhand here, Medvedev. Backhand, Rune. Feeling the pressure a bit. Good there from Medvedev, cranking up the pressure, cranking up the pressure. What's Rune going to be able to do? Rune is now coming into the net, goes for the lob. Is it going to land in? No, it's not. That was an excellent rally, and Medvedev won it. He now has a set point, 30-40 on the Holger Rune serve. So yeah. The last time somebody lost the first set and went on to win the title was 2014. Novak Djokovic beating Rafa Nadal. That's the last time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 editions of the tournament since, and the person who's won the first set has gone on to win the title. I see they're just showing the shot clock as well. So maybe Rune is pushing his luck on the shot clock. 30-40, set point here. First serve is into the net. Daniil Medvedev has a second serve to look at as he looks to win this first set. Backhand return from Medvedev. Forehand from Holger Rune. Backhand from Medvedev. Drop shot Holger Rune brings in Medvedev to the net, and Medvedev wins the point comfortably. The drop shot was a mistake. It didn't get executed perfectly anyway. and Daniil Medvedev wins the first set, 7-5. Holger Rune is going to have to do it the hard way, just like he did in the semi-final against Casper Ruud. 47 minutes on the clock. Daniil Medvedev wins the first set. Make sure you hit the like button if you've just tuned in. Hi, Ghosty. Nice to see you here. Medi looks very, very, very focused. Yes, indeed, he does. We're going to go for a very, very short break, and then we'll be back. In the meantime, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And we are back. Although Holger Rune is not back because he is currently taking a break for himself. Ghibli here. Maybe Rune does feel a bit of final pressure as the favorite or general fatigue. Yeah, who knows? He's certainly not brought his best tennis today, and he was, for me, the warm favorite going into this final. Perhaps I overestimated just how much of a favorite he is. We're just looking at in terms of how attacking each player has been. Medvedev at 26% in terms of attack and Rune 23%. So maybe Rune being a bit more cautious than his opponent. At least that's what these stats are suggesting. So yeah, but you're right. Daniil Medvedev looks particularly focused. And the clay court of Rome. How about that? I just did not see that coming a week ago. And I think, as Jack said before, maybe we've all been underestimating Daniil Medvedev. Maybe we listened to his comments about his clay court prowess. And particularly, as I say, here in Rome, but also the French Open, it's probably where he has performed best on the surface in the last 3 years. Just seeing, wow, the two boxes are pretty much right next to each other in terms of Holger's box and Daniil's box. Daniil's box obviously looking a lot more relaxed right now. Anyway, Rune has returned, looking like nothing more serious than a bathroom break was necessary. It wasn't that long. He's ready to resume play, and so are we. Yes, he did, Ghosty. He saved 2 break points at about 3-all, I think it was, in the first set. And yes, and he got 2 first serves. In fact, he won 4 points in a row. Getting his first serves in was massive. Rune couldn't do much about it. And as Ghibli touched on, and I suggested as well, the first service, Medi, right now, Rune is not getting a touch on it. And the other thing, the tactic that we know about against Daniil Medvedev in terms of the serve volley, I just don't think Rune is quite as adept at pulling that off as a Novak Djokovic, a Rafa Nadal. And by the way, we're not just talking about the greats of the game. Even a Jan-Lennard Struff, for example, was doing serve volleys a lot against Carlos Alcaraz a few weeks ago. Carlos Alcaraz himself as well against Daniil Medvedev in Indian Wells, that final there. So many players that could pull this off. And I think Rune can pull it off too, but he hasn't been able to pull it off with a great amount of success today. And those first serves, he's not getting a good read on it, just like we saw against Bublik. He wasn't quite sure about his return position against Bublik. Here he's coming now. Oh, he's going for it now. Now I think he's got something. Now he's got something here. He's love 15. He's reset. It's love 30 now. That seems to be quite a big moment. That little bathroom break at the end of the first set. He's reset. He's also being a bit more aggressive, particularly on that second serve. We see him now inside the baseline, which for a Daniil Medvedev serve, albeit the second one, is a huge change in direction. So, love 30. Important moment of the match here. Forehand, Daniil Medvedev. Good return again from Rune. Rune going big with the backhand. Love 40. 3 break points for Holger Rune. This is a different Holger Rune. In 5 minutes, he's changed. Anyway, make sure you hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Daniil Medvedev, second serve, love 40. Inside the baseline again. Good return from Rune. Neutral now in this rally. Backhand from Rune. Backhand from Medvedev. Backhand Rune just goes over the net. Backhand Rune. Backhand Medvedev. Goes long. Rune breaks. Now, is that the change in momentum? Is that the change in fortune? He had a change of clothes, perhaps, but now there is a change in momentum. Beautiful backhand down the line there, as you said, Ghosty. So aggressive in that game. Just going for it, particularly from the return position on the second serve, taking it early, taking his opponent by surprise, and taking the first game. 1-love he leads with a break. Casual shade. No, I thought I was praising Struff for that style that he could pull off. If anything, I was casually shading Rune. Just I don't think Rune can do it as well as Struff did. The serve volley, that is. But more importantly, he breaks serve. First time in the match. Before that, I think Daniil had served 6 games and faced 2 break points. Suddenly, in the first game of the second set, he faced 3 break points and is broken. Rune goes down the tee. Backhand return for Medvedev. Backhand. Forehand now, Rune. Rune certainly stepping up a bit now here. Should win the point, and he does. Rune has now won 5 points in a row. Having lost that set, kind of painfully at 30-40, maybe being a bit too timid. We saw the attacking stats. Maybe he was aware of them. Maybe he wasn't. Either way, he has stepped up the pace. 5 points in a row. Forehand now, Holger. Good depth there, though, from Daniil. Forehand to forehand. Looping up now. Backhand there from Daniil. And now Rune goes into the net, and it's 15-all. Medvedev breaks the... whatever it's called. Breaks the run. Hey, Max. How you doing? I will check out that company, whatever it is. I can see there's a sponsorship there. Yes, Ghosty. But honestly, don't know. Yes, Max. Well, it was an intriguing first set, as I think Ghibli called it, and I would agree with him. It was an intriguing first set rather than pulsating. But now we've seen the electricity just been turned up a little bit. Forehand now to forehand. Now switching up there, Medvedev. Backhand from Holger Rune. Medvedev in charge of this point, pushing his opponent around, and it's 15-30. We had a run of 5 points in a row for Holger Rune. Now we have a run of 2 points in a row for Daniil Medvedev. Doing well, thank you, Max. Doing well. Probably you tuned in at just the right time. We had an intriguing first set, but now we have it. Points won over 9 shots there. Medvedev basically winning 9 points to 6 or 9 times to 6 when the rally goes long. So the longer the rally goes on, the more likely it is that Daniil Medvedev is going to win the point. Simple as that. Goes down the tee. Forehand returns. Coming in for the volley here. It's not good enough, though. Now the volley is good enough, though. It's 30-all. Indeed, Ghosty. At least for that break of serve. At least for that break of serve, it was certainly the case. Okay, 30-all. The serve volley actually wasn't good enough from Rune, but in the end, he got a second bite of the cherry, and he put that second volley away. Good technique. That's the technique. Backhand volley, which I'm not excellent at. Forehand, I feel much more comfortable. So if any of you in the live chat end up playing me and I come to the net, go to the backhand side. Got it, Ghosty? Forehand return. Goes wide for Medvedev. It's 40-30. A hold of serve here for Rune could be crucial as he looks to stamp his authority in this second set. Just like the moon landing, we are stuck on 1969. 40-30. Backhand return. Medvedev, Rune in charge at this point. Is he going to win it? Yes, he is. Hold serve. 2 games to love. I don't know, Ghosty. Maybe you'll have to turn your TV up. 211 kilometers an hour, that serve. Putting himself very much in charge at that point, and he's very much in charge of this second set. 10 minutes in, Holger Rune broke to love and then held to 30. So, of the last 8 points, of the last 10 points, Holger Rune has won 8. But Medvedev holds his first point on his serve, so it's 15 love on the Medvedev serve. Ghosty, yeah, but actually it's kind of the opposite. She's amazing on the backhand, isn't she? I'm terrible on the volley anyway, backhand side. Drop shot here, Holger Rune. Not good enough again, but I think he might well end up winning the point. Medvedev has to turn around. Now he's got a smash, and he's got it. 15-all. Rune really, really turning up the heat. Thanks, Ghosty. Yeah, we're still stuck on 1969. I'll be very disappointed if we don't hit 1970 before the end of this show. Forehand Daniil Medvedev. Backhand Rune. Medvedev at the net. Smashes it and wins the point. 30-15. Yep. Still stuck on the moon. Still stuck on the moon. Okay. Daniil Medvedev's trying to stem the tide here after 2 games there for Rune. Good return there from Rune. Backhand, though, goes a little too aggressively and into the net. 40-15. So, after Rune won 8 points at the first 10 in this set, Medvedev now is close to holding his serve. Goes down the tee. He's in charge of this point, and he wins it. Now it's him. Now it's Medvedev geeing up the crowd. 2 games to 1. I will leave you for 90 seconds, and I'll be back, and we'll all be back with you just over a minute from now. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Ghosty there, unwavering in his support. Thank you very much. Yes, so back to the action. 1 hour and 2 minutes on the clock. 2-1 Holger Rune leads here in the second set with a break of serve. First serve goes into the net. Second serve goes to the backhand of Medvedev. Forehand Rune. Again, staying pretty aggressive in this set. He's coming into the net. Has he got a smash? It's a tricky smash. Medvedev back in this point without a doubt. And Rune goes wide. It was a tricky smash, albeit you would expect Rune to win the point from there. He didn't. And it's love 15. Love 15 on the Rune serve. Backhand. Oh, he's come into the net and he's not put it away. Again, it's the issue that I suggested that Rune has. He's just not as good at the serve volley at this stage in his career as other players, or at least he's not shown it today. That was a half volley pickup. It was tricky. Perhaps he was a little bit tentative coming into the net, and it's love 30. Net points 1. Look at that, 50% for Rune today. Wow, that was a wild first serve there for Holger. Forehand now return for Medvedev. Backhand Rune. Comes into the net again, but I do think he could have come in a bit more aggressively there. And he's lost the point. It's love 40. Now again, he comes into the net and he doesn't win the point. There was just a moment's hesitation here. Watch. Here's the replay. There was just, for me, he wasn't decisive enough coming into the net. Made that volley even more difficult. It was a difficult volley. And Medvedev punished him. Love 40. Now, break points 1. Medvedev is 1 out of 1 today. It's going to be a second serve as well as Rune goes wide on that first serve. Backhand return now for Medvedev. Good return. Forehand Rune. Oh, this is turning into an epic rally. Has Rune... Oh, wow. What a forehand that is. What a forehand. 15-40. He's going to need a few more of those, though. Wow. Medvedev's reaction. Are we going to see another dance from Medvedev today? 15-40. Holger Rune. Serves. Goes long again on the first serve. So many times in big moments in this match so far, Rune has missed on his first serve. Second break point here for Medvedev in this game. Backhand return from Medvedev. Forehand Rune. Forehand Medvedev. Forehand Rune. Switches it up. Now Rune's coming into the net. Should put this volley away. Doesn't. Medvedev punishes him. Medvedev punishes Rune on the volley at the net. It's the story of the match. Holger Rune is not doing well enough on the volleys at the net. Medvedev punishes him. It's 2 games all. I don't know if Medvedev realizes he's won the game because he's not ready to receive the ball. Rune's annoyed, as he should be. But it's the execution of the tactic that is proving a problem. To be fair to Medvedev, he not only punished him, but he picked that one up really, really nicely. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. 2 games all, Daniil Medvedev serving, back on serve. Forehand Medvedev, backhand Rune, goes into the net. Again, we've had a momentum shift. 1 hour and 7 minutes on the clock, back towards Daniil Medvedev. 15 love, 2 games all. See a pint of beer there behind Patrick Mouratoglou. Maybe he's tempted to have a sip. It's now 30 love after an ace from Daniil Medvedev. 202 kilometers an hour. And Medvedev has won 9 of the last 10 points. We are a bit streaky today, that's for sure. Good return there from Rune. And it's helped him win the point. 30-15. Good aggressive return, Rune again. He's got to be aggressive on the return, and he's got to be more decisive when he comes into the net. There we go. Hashtag analysis. Ooh, is that a second serve ace? Rune there having a quick look at the line. I think it clipped it. I think it clipped the line. Indeed, 40-15. 40-15. Here we go. Good return there from Rune. Now he's into the net. We know what happens when he comes to the net. And he lost the point again at the net. Albeit this time it wasn't a volley. And I think he's lost his composure a bit. Medvedev now has won 3 games on the bounce. I'm going to take a 90-second break. We'll be back with you very, very soon. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. So, interesting communication there between Patrick Mouratoglou and Holger Rune during that little break in play, trying to keep his player composed. Trying to keep his player composed, but also emphasizing the attack on that second serve of Daniil Medvedev's, which helped him break, by the way. By the way, right now, though, Holger needs to concentrate on holding his own serve. A wild forehand there, and it's love 15. Remember, Daniil Medvedev, he has won a large percentage of the most recent points, and it is love 15 now on the Holger Rune serve. Good first serve, though, there. Finally, Rune gets a first serve in. I think it's been a huge problem for him today and some of the most important moments. But, by the way, at least they are on serve, and Rune just needs to basically go, you know what? This set is a long way from done yet. The momentum has shifted away from the Dane in the recent games, but we are a long way from being done. Okay. Here goes the second serve now. Backhand return from Medvedev. Good backhand there from Rune. Has put himself in charge of the point. He approaches the net. This time he wins the point 30-15. By the way, Ghosty, we have left the moon. We are no longer stuck on 1969. We are now into the 1970s. We have 1,970 subscribers. So whoever the most recent person was, thank you very much. We've left 1969. We're no longer stuck on the moon, and we are into the 70s. Holger Rune serving 30-15. Backhand return from Medvedev. Forehand Holger Rune. Good forehand there from Medvedev, from Rune. This is turning into an interesting rally. Rune is certainly in charge of it. Is he going to put this one away? He does. 40-15. Yeah, maybe he should do the underarm serve, but is he good at the underarm serve? Is it something he practices? We know certain players are better at it than others. Nick Kyrgios springs to mind. Of course, Nick Kyrgios is still injured. He's not going to be playing the French Open. Will he be playing Wimbledon? You'd expect him to be desperate to play that tournament. And guess what? Holger Rune approaches the net and loses the point. 40-30. It's a tricky shot, the half volley. You need to be good at it to pull it off. Today, Holger Rune has not been able to do so. 40-30. Backhand return from Medvedev. Forehand Holger Rune. Backhand Medvedev. Forehand Rune. Backhand Medvedev. Backhand Rune. Backhand Medvedev. Now, we remember how these longer rallies tend to end up with Medvedev winning the point. Let's see if that proves the case in this particular rally. Medvedev backhand. Medvedev still on the backhand now, just exchanging backhands. We're probably about 20 shots into this rally now. And Rune goes wide, following the pattern. As we said before, more often than not, when the rallies go long, Medvedev wins the point. Rune, unforced error, wide, deuce. No, I haven't heard about this regarding Kyrgios, no. Vitas went pro in 1971, a magical number. Well, we've not quite got to 1971 yet. We're on 1970 at the moment, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we make 1971 before the end of this. And who knows, we might even make the 2000 mark sometime in the next couple of days. Deuce. Forehand return from Medvedev. By the way, in terms of the 2000 mark and subscribing, make sure you subscribe because we have stuff coming for you. We're going to be covering the French Open draw live, I think, on Thursday. We've got Nick's WTA power rankings as well. Good forehand winner there for Holger Rune. Advantage to the Dane. We've got other shows as well coming up for you. Of course, the ATP weeklies of Nick will be coming up for you tomorrow, as will the WTA weekly with Nick tomorrow, and also Mario and Damien's ATP weekly will also be tomorrow. The weekly roundups are coming for you tomorrow. Also, even today, by the way, we're going to have Vance join us at the end of this match to give us his hot takes on the match here between Holger Rune and Daniil Medvedev. Crucial point here. Advantage Holger Rune. He goes big on the forehand. Is it going to help him win the point? Comes into the net, puts the volley away, holds serve. 3 games all. Huge, huge, huge. Yeah, I know. I know, Ghosty. I tell you what, Medvedev is so far south, he's almost in Naples on that first serve. Now that's how you put a backhand volley away. To be fair, the volleys that he wasn't making, if you like, they were more difficult than that one. Okay. Second serve, though. He's remaining deep this time, Rune, but I still expect him to be aggressive. Aggressive and deep. Yeah, he's pretty aggressive. Backhand now. Backhand. Backhand. Backhand now for Medvedev. They're still on the backhands, and now we're into one of those lengthy rallies. It's pretty difficult to get out of them, though. That's the problem that Holger sometimes probably has. Maybe he's just going to mix things up. He's doing a few moon balls now on the backhand side, but Medvedev is dealing with them pretty well. He's certainly mixing it up. A lot of net clearance here. They're sort of half moon balls. Plenty of net clearance, but we now are in that deep territory. Funny bounce there. Medvedev may be in charge of this point, is he? Still, though, Holger Rune hanging in there. Good depth there from Holger Rune. Again, we're now at like the 20-odd shot rally here. We've had a few of these already. Medvedev backhand, solid. Oh, what a backhand winner that is from Holger Rune. Take a bow. Take a bow, Holger Rune. The audience clapping, not quite on their feet. Rune is smiling. The Danish flags are waving. And he wins that lengthy rally, but with a good winner. Love 15. 38 shots that last rally. Boy, oh boy. Goes down the tee. Now Medvedev comes into the net, puts a forehand drive volley into the net. We've seen Medvedev put them away with consummate ease today. Anything but ease on that occasion. Rune smiling again. I don't know if that's going to upset Daniil. Love 30. Big moments again. Goes long on the first serve. Okay, Rune. Second serve. Time to be aggressive again. Oh, it doesn't need to be. It's a double fault from Daniil Medvedev. Love 40. Love 40. 3 break points, Holger Rune. He's smiling again. The Dane is smiling again. In set 2, he's taken advantage of the first break point he had when he had love 40 before. He's got love 40 again. Rune, backhand, lofted thing. Oh, and Medvedev has gone long with the volley, with the forehand drive volley. There was 2. I wonder if the previous forehand volley was playing on Daniil's mind, because he was putting those forehand drive volleys away just so easily throughout this match. And then suddenly he puts one into the net, and then the second one goes long. Uh-oh, Ghosty, indeed. Rune has broken. 4-3 he leads. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Yeah, momentum again, back with the Dane. Conquering his opponent's serve, just like the Vikings did. And he's in control of this set. 4-3 he leads with a break. Yeah, but he was putting those volleys away, those drive forehand volleys. He was just putting them away so comfortably throughout the match. But as I say, I think perhaps on the second occasion, it was playing on his mind, because he just missed the previous one. You know, he hits 3, 4, 5 in a row. You then lose that momentum. We were just talking about it yesterday. When you're in the groove, I was talking about it with David Samuel yesterday in terms of concentration. When you're in the groove, it's fine. But as soon as you lose that groove, it's quite difficult to get it back. Check out an interview I did with David Samuel, Liam Brody's coach. Of course, Liam Brody will be in action. I'm not sure if he's going to be playing tomorrow or the next day. I believe it might be Tuesday that he plays his first qualifier. Either way, he's going to be playing. Yes, it is Tuesday. He's going to be playing Arthur Gea, a Frenchman who's ranked 982 in the world. Liam, of course, is much closer to the top 100 and therefore will be fancying his chances against the home favorite Arthur Gea. So that is Liam Brody's task. Holger Rune's task just got that little bit easier after he broke his opponent's serve, and now he's serving at 4-3. Goes into the net on his first serve. Double fault, Holger Rune, love 15. It's almost easier for Holger to stay focused on the return than it is on his serve. It's his first double fault of the match, though, to be fair. Oh, that first serve is long. Backhand return, forehand Holger Rune, backhand return, forehand Holger Rune, goes big, comes into the net. Does he put the volley away? No, but it doesn't matter because Medvedev puts his shot into the net. Although Rune breathing a little heavily. That was another lengthy point. I wonder how long it'll be before some of these very lengthy or arduous rallies, before they do take their toll on one player or the other. Probably more likely to be Holger. And it is now 30-15. Holger Rune, a good first serve there. One hour, 21 minutes on the clock. Rune trying to turn the screw now in this second set. Remember, the person who has won the first set in Rome on the ATP side has gone on to win the tournament for the last 8 versions. It's 2014 since Novak Djokovic reversed that trend. Can Holger reverse the trend today? Forehand Holger, backhand now Medvedev, backhand Holger. Medvedev goes wide. 40-15 Holger Rune. Medvedev letting Rune off the hook there. Oh, Ghosty, that's a good stat. 40-15, 2 game points, Holger Rune. Maybe he clipped the net or did it go wide? Okay, Holger Rune serving. 40-15, 2 game points as he looks to take a 5-3 lead. Backhand return. Pretty timid second serve that was, though, from Rune. Probably explains why some of these serve stats are so low, Ghosty. That was a pretty timid second serve, as I suggested. Okay, now they're into the rally. Backhand Rune, backhand. Oh, he's going for the drop shot there, and it doesn't work from Medvedev. 5-3. Holger Rune holds. Holger Rune holds. Holger holds. 5-3. Good first serve there from Medvedev. Now the forehand volley does work. That forehand drive volley, that's the one that he missed on 2 occasions when he got broken. That time, though, it didn't let him down. And it's 15. Love. As the clock strikes, it's just past 7 o'clock now here in Europe. 30 love, Daniil Medvedev with an ace. I think it's his 5th ace of the day. 200 kilometers an hour, that serve, but it was all about placement. Forehand return. Nope, must have just gone out. Forehand return, this time from Rune, is excellent. Run around forehand, inside the baseline, going big on the return, reaps the reward. 30-15. Medvedev had no answer. Medvedev needs a first serve here. Gets it. Oh, good return there from Rune, though. Good backhand there from Rune, but good defense from Medvedev. He's in charge at this point, and he wins it. 40-15. Are we going to reach 1,971 subscribers? 1971, the year Gerolaitis went professional. Backhand return from Holger, pretty decent. Comes into the net. Didn't put it away. Did put that away, though. 40-30. Now, that's the kind of point that Rune would have been dreaming about last night. 40-30. He's getting his timing really well right now, Rune, on those second serves. 40-30. Still game point for Medvedev for 4-5. Second serve. Good return again from Rune. The drop shot from Rune, though, is not good enough. And Medvedev wins the point. 4-5. Holger Rune will serve for this second set after a short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And we are back. Holger Rune is serving for the second set. 5-4. He leads. Serving for the set. So we go into a decider. Can he hold serve? Can he serve it out? Let's see. Back in play. Medvedev with his usual deep return position. He'll come in a couple of feet now, I would have thought, because it's going to be a second serve. Forehand return from Medvedev is good. Forehand Holger Rune. Medvedev turning the screw. Medvedev backhand, moving his opponent around. Forehand Medvedev. Forehand Holger Rune. I suspect if Holger Rune does hold serve and win this set, he's going to take another break, but we'll see. We're into a lengthy rally. Forehand Medvedev, forehand Holger Rune, forehand Medvedev, clips the net, stays in though. Medvedev got away with that, and he got lucky. Love 15. Love 15. She had the same foot treatment that Rafa gets, and she said it was incredibly painful. Rafa does it 1 hour a day. Does he have a foot treatment? Does he? I don't know. I thought his sort of foot scenario was done, but okay, I'll have to give that a listen. Okay, love 15 on the Rune serve. Second serve. Backhand return. Ooh, goes just wide. Went big on that return and nearly reaped the rewards. Carlos Bernardes points his finger, suggesting, yes, it was out. 15-all. Oh, did he? Good for him. Good result that for Jack. Okay, 15-all. Now, Rune at the net. Should have put that one away. Should have put it away and puts it long. Oh dear, Rune being the master of his own downfall here. 15-30. If he doesn't see this out, he will be very disappointed. Let's say that. Okay, Rune, where are you going with this serve? You are going to the backhand, which goes into the net, 30-all. Rune now 2 points away from winning this set. 2 first serves here is what the Dane needs. But I do think physically, it's Holger who needs to get this done ASAP. We'll see. Holger does the forehand return of Medvedev. Forehand Holger goes long. Does he Holger there? I think he does. Again, not quite as easy as the previous one. 30-40. Break point, Daniil Medvedev. By the way, I have looked for these shoes that both Holger and Carlos Alcaraz, I have looked for them all over the internet. If anyone can find these shoes that they have, put a message in the live chat. It's going to be a second serve for Medvedev to look at here. Break point, 1 hour, 31 minutes on the clock. This is not what Holger needed. Backhand return is good for Medvedev. Backhand Medvedev switching it up. He's in charge of the point here. He's got a forehand. Doesn't put it away. Rune goes defensive, but he's back in the rally now, I would argue. He's back in the rally, but some short shots here. Medvedev, though, now we're into a lengthy rally. We know how those tend to end up. Rune on the forehand, couldn't quite go big enough on it. Rune on the forehand again, moving his opponent around. Medvedev, of course, is not making a mistake. Rune goes big on the backhand. Rune goes big on the backhand again. It goes into the net. Rune is broken. It's 5-all. He had his chances. He had his chances. Medvedev will serve now at 5-all. Rune had his chances there. The Danes in the crowd looking glum again. Hardly a surprise. Their boy has just been broken. But needs to regain his composure. Again, we could be looking at another breaker serve. Let's see how this goes, though. But Daniil now certainly firmly back in this match. In fact, he was never out of it, of course, but back in this set. Goes down the tee. Goes long. Rune now will be thinking, I need to attack this second serve. Will he be inside the baseline for the return? Yes, he is, on the backhand side. It's a good return. Medvedev in trouble. Forehand from Rune is excellent. Forcing the error from Medvedev. Love 15. It's all about the return. And Rune knows it. Medvedev knows it. Patrick Mouratoglou knows it. Everyone knows it. Ghosty was bulletproof at 20, he's suggesting. Forehand Medvedev goes long. Love 30. Love 30. 1 hour, 33 minutes on the clock. 5 games all in the second set. Love 30. Rune sensing blood again. Can he break again? We've seen plenty of breaks of serve in this set after a fairly solid serving set from both players in the first set. I would just err towards maybe Medi just because of momentum. But Ghosty, who knows? Because Rune really did well to stem the tide against Djokovic in the quarterfinal. Good forehand there from Medvedev. Now Medvedev comes into the net. Forehand. Rune went big on that forehand and went wide. 15-30. 15-30. If it does go to a tiebreak, I guess it's all about the first serves. Second serve points won in set 2. There we go. Look, 4 from 12, Daniil Medvedev on his second serve in this set. And he gets a first serve in, so he's in charge of the point. Is he going to win the point? Yes, he is. There you go. First serve in, Daniil Medvedev wins the point. Second serve, Rune's in charge. And that's pretty much the style of the tale of the second set, as well as a few missed opportunities for Holger, meaning we're on serve. 5 games all, 30 all. Medvedev, is he going to get the first serve in? No, he's not. Here we go. Under pressure now. Medvedev may be thinking, shall I go big on my second serve here? Shall I go big? Doesn't go that big, no. But Rune doesn't take charge of the point as much as he would have hoped. Now it's on the forehand of Rune. Forehand Medvedev. Backhand Rune. Good backhand there from Rune. Drop shot from Rune is good enough. Look, 30-40, points to his ear, points to the crowd. That time, a Holger Rune drop shot. It worked. 30-40, he's got a break point. Looks like even some of the Italians have got Danish flags. Great drop shot there. Look at that bounce, though. That was a funny bounce as well, aiding Holger Rune for sure. We've seen a few funny bounces in Rome. Okay, break point. Medvedev, does he get the first serve in? He does. It's an ace. I think that's his 5th or his 6th ace of the day. Deuce. Tail of the first serves. Tail of the first serves. Fourth ace, okay. I was just in set 2, fourth ace. Goes down the tee. Excellent first serve. Wins the point. 5 games all. Advantage Daniil Medvedev. Game point. A nod from Patrick Mouratoglou. Can't deal with the first serve. Can deal with the second. Second serve. First serve goes long and wide, I think. Either way, second serve now. He attacks it. Good attack. Forehand now, Rune. Forehand Medvedev. Just that net clearance there from Medvedev. Boy, that was close. Forehand Medvedev. Backhand Rune. Goes into the net. Medvedev holds 6 games to 5. 6 games to 5. Wow, wow, wow. From break point, Medvedev, 3 points in a row for the Russian, and we are now at 6 games to 5. We will be back in a minute. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. So, we are back. It is 6-5. Holger Rune is serving to stay in the match. You do the maths. You do the maths, ladies and gentlemen. Rune clips the net. Goes long. Second serve. Backhand return from Daniil. Forehand Rune. You expect him to go big. Forehand again from Rune. Goes into the net. Love 15. Love 15. Daniil Medvedev is 3 points away from winning the title. In some ways it feels close, but of course it still feels far away because of Rune hold of serve and we're into a tiebreak. But technically he is 3 points away from the title. This is a big point. You go love 30 and you're going, ooh. Okay, forehand Rune, forehand Medvedev. Rune drop shot just doesn't barely make the net. It's love 30. It's love 30, ladies and gentlemen. And my prediction of a Holger Rune victory is hanging by a thread. Dearie me. Rune goes long on the first serve. Love 30, Holger Rune. Now Daniil Medvedev is 2 points away from victory, and he's got a second serve to look at on the Rune serve. Where are you going with this one, Rune? You are going to the forehand of Medvedev. Forehand Rune, forehand Medvedev. Backhand goes long. It's love 30. Love 40 even. It's 3 match points. 3 match points. Daniil Medvedev has 3 match points. 3 championship points for Daniil Medvedev. 3 championship points. What are you going to do, Holger? Holger Rune. Second serve, Daniil Medvedev. Second serve to look at here, sorry. Rune serving, second serve, love 40. Where are you going with this one? You are going to the backhand. Backhand Rune, backhand Medvedev, forehand Rune, forehand Medvedev, forehand Rune, backhand Medvedev, backhand to backhand now. Backhand drop shot from Medvedev doesn't work. 15-40. 15-40. Whew. Okay, so 1 match point saved. Championship point number 2. Holger Rune serving. 15-40. Ladies and gentlemen, be quiet. $15.40. Holger Rune, second serve. Medvedev return. Forehand Rune. Medvedev, good defensive there. Rune, forehand. Goes long! And Daniil Medvedev has won the Rome title. He goes down on his knees this time. It's long. It's long. Rune went big, went aggressive as he should do, but Medvedev wins the title. Medvedev is the Rome winner. The Italian Open 2023, continuing the trend that I suggested earlier. You win the first set in Rome and you win the title. And Daniil Medvedev is a Masters 1000 winner on clay. Wow. Let me know in the live chat what you think. We should be having Vanch hopefully join us. As soon as he's here, I will bring him in. But Daniil Medvedev just can't believe it, I think. Or maybe he can. Can you believe it? Let me know in the live chat. Let me know. Let me know in the live chat what you think. Wow. Oh, thank you, Jane. All hail Claydev. Indeed. All hail Clayvedev. Med is good on clay, yeah. Red Rock, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Last I saw, we were on 1,970. Wow. Wow. Holger Rune, did he blow it today? Did he get things wrong? Did he get things right? I just think the problem he has is executing that serve volley technique, really. Wasn't able to do so, wasn't able to pull it off as successfully as other players can and do, whether that be Novak in Paris Bercy in 2021, whether it be this year Indian Wells with Carlos, or other players such as Jan-Lennard Struff as well, like I said to you earlier, against Carlos. These players are capable of pulling off the serve volley. We have a new Clay King, Ghosty, indeed. Thank you for these donations, by the way, from Jane. Thank you very much. Thank you as well, Ghosty. Both of them, of course, members. You can become a member too. Just hit that join button and you'll get exclusive bonus footage from Talking Tennis. Daniil Medvedev, what's he there saying? He's written something on the camera, something about an egg. I have no idea what that's about. Anyway, Medvedev has won his first Masters 1000 title on clay. Clayvedev. Does that make him a French Open title challenger? As Ghosty suggests here, Clayvedev, the new king of clay. Well, we've lost the king of clay, seemingly, at least for now. Is Medvedev going to take over and win the next 14 French Opens? Wasn't, no, but I thought the first set was intriguing, but I thought the second set really got really interesting because basically Rune decided to arrive. And he managed to break his opponent's serve a few times, but he had his chances. He had his moments. But Medvedev holds and wins 7-5, 7-5. So, who's more likely to win the French Open, Holger Rune or Daniil Medvedev? He is indeed just a toddler. And we're going to hear from Daniil Medvedev right now. Let's see what he's got to say. Oh, yeah, he'd never won a match in Rome. I always want to believe in myself. I want to win the biggest tournaments. Honestly, though, I didn't believe I would win a Masters 1000 on clay in my career. Never won a match in Rome until this year. Now he's won the title. Didn't have too many tantrums this year. Well, of course, if you go on to win the title, that helps. He felt so good coming into this tournament. I don't know what's going on, but I feel amazing. But you've got to play the toughest opponents in the world. And now I've proved to myself and everyone else that I'm capable of doing it. Both of us were maybe a little bit nervous at the beginning. We were just doing the basics right. But I'm happy at the end of the second set that I could just peak a little bit before he did. But the beginning of the second set, he stepped things up. Hey, Vanch.
Hello there, John.
How are you? What are your immediate thoughts on that?
So yeah, I mean, immediate thoughts. Hang on a second. My microphone is all weird. Let me just fix this.
No problem. Medvedev looking happy. Medvedev had never won a match in Rome until 7 days or 10 days ago. Had never won a match in Rome. Now he's won a Masters 1000 there. Unbelievable.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've always been a believer that Medvedev can adapt his game to the clay. He showed it in early part of 2019. In 2021, he seemed very miserable out there, complaining about the surface until Roland Garros, where he
Yeah.
made the quarterfinal. But
Yes.
I mean, he has qualities in his game that would seem to work well on clay. He's incredibly consistent. Really, the court coverage is second to none, and he's improved so many things in his game this year. Starting with the forehand, the amount of pace and power he's bringing off of both wings, his ability to slide in the forehand corner. I mean, he always had the big serve, and I think he won over 50% of his return games at one point this week until the semis, and then so I just feel like there's so many things in his game that can work well on clay, and it was all in his head. The entire narrative about Medvedev and his clay court game, it was all in his head. It's pretty much generated all by himself. Like there was no evidence really. Like you have all the evidence you need this week because like he was just able to adapt his game. I think he only dropped one set this whole week, and in this match against Rune, he was 5-3 down in that second set, and he just would not go away. And Rune, you could see, was just trying so hard to finish points. Didn't want to engage in many of those wrong physical rallies that Medvedev likes to extend. And Rune was trying to finish and using the drop shot, coming forward, trying to finish at net, like serve big, but it just wasn't working because he just didn't have it physically, and he needs that extra little gear that he's still kind of missing. That has me question a little bit if he's ready to win a slam just yet, because he can do pretty much everything on the court. It's just a question of shot selection, choosing the right one, and being physically and mentally engaged the entire time. Because he had stretches in this match, Rune, where he was incredible, like where he won 12 out of 16 points, or he was able to get back in the second set. He had chances, and he didn't have many chances actually in the first set, but certainly, and then Mortoglu was telling him on the change of ends to show more patience, to be willing to suffer a little bit more. And then once he was willing to do that, he won a 38-shot rally, and it was actually Medvedev who started to feel the pressure of finishing. And then that's when Rune went on a surge and won 3 games in a row, but he just couldn't quite sustain it. And that has to be really frustrating for him, because he had opportunities to finish when he was serving for the set, and then this final could really have been up for grabs. But I mean, credit where credit is due. Now he's world number 2, as Mario points out, number 2 seed at Roland Garros. He was 12 in the world after the Australian Open. So this is I mean, we have to start talking about him now as a real contender to finish the year number 1, along with Djokovic and Alcaraz, because I like this does change things.
Has he just overtaken Novak to world number 2?
Yeah.
Wow. So Novak's world number 3.
Yeah, so that leaves us with the possibility of a Carlos versus
Novak in the same
semis.
half.
So that changes the complexion completely. And now, Medvedev has a big lead in the race as well, number 1.
But that French Open draw has just taken on another dynamic. Yeah. Now, I do think you're right. We do probably have to think of Medvedev as a bit more of a serious contender after the last 10 days or so in Rome. But that changes things very much so for that draw. But we'll talk about that some other time, I think, especially as we'll probably be covering the draw live on the channel on Thursday. I want to get back to today. I see this tweet here from you, Vanch. 20 titles in 20 different cities for Daniil Medvedev now. 6 different Masters 1000 title. And he's had just such a great year, as you highlight here in this tweet. But regarding the match itself, there were sort of 2 or 3 phases for me. The first set, neither could really make an impression on either serve for about 10 or 11 games. I think we had 2 break points in that first 10, 11 games. And that was largely because Medvedev did a double fault at one point, meaning he had to face 2 break points. He saved them, though, by getting his first serve in, which is part of the narrative for me for this match, that when Medvedev was getting his first serve in, he was fine. and he was winning almost all of those points. And in fact, it also reminded me of how Rune just couldn't get a hold on Bublik's serve a few weeks ago in Madrid. It was just every time Bublik was getting a first serve in, Rune had no answer for it, no matter what he could do. And at times, in fact, pretty much throughout the first set, that's how it was. However, and Medvedev took his chance, had one break point in that first set, took it. So we go into a second set, and now we're also seeing certain things going on with Rune in that he's being far more aggressive on the second serve, and he's taking his chances as well. He got to love 40 very, very quickly as a result of some really good returns on the Medvedev serve at the beginning of the second set. We're also seeing this point, which I made to Jack before the match, which was we know the template against Medvedev of serve and volley, particularly on a hard court, but also on a clay court, where this is a template that Novak set out in Paris-Bercy, I think, in 2021. And we've seen other players pull it off very successfully, notably Carlos in the Indian Wells final this year. The only thing is that I said to Jack is I just don't know if I have the same level of faith in Rune at the net that I do have in those two players we just touched on, but even someone like Jan-Lennard Struff, who was amazing at the net against Carlos a few weeks ago in Madrid. And I do think a couple of times at the net, Rune got exposed today. Now, whether that was just a bad day or a generic point regarding Rune. And Rune had chances as well. It was, I think, a forehand he put long, really easy forehand he had quite close to the net. Anywhere in that net region, I think he won less than half the points at the net overall today, which also, when you're coming to the net, you're probably in charge of the point, and therefore you should be winning more than half of those.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we saw Sinner struggle with that in Miami. And this was somewhere in between. It wasn't Carlos levels of proficiency, but it wasn't Sinner's level. It was maybe somewhere in between. I think he's 13 for 26 at the net, if I have the stats correct.
Okay, so it's 50%, yeah.
So 50%, but a lot of those volleys, I think 3 of them came in one game where he was up 2-1 in the second set, and he just either didn't do enough with them, or he was maybe wary of Medvedev sort of anticipating it, or he didn't drop it short enough. And it's like it's those. I think he'd sort of back himself against most in that area. I do think Rune is more proficient at the net than most, but I just didn't see how. I felt like he felt like he had to do a little bit more, and he just wasn't quite able to execute, because he also felt like that was the only way out of this match, because he wasn't winning many of the longer rallies. I think the rallies that went over 9 shots, Medvedev had a distinct advantage, and so it was all about keeping it short. And basically, he had to dominate the 0 through 4 or the 5 through 8, and he kind of wasn't really able to do it either, because I don't think he had his best serving day. Like I think he only made under 50% first serves in.
Okay.
Which is not going to get it done against the quality of returner that Medvedev is, especially on these slow courts. I also felt like the heavier conditions really favored Medvedev in this matchup, and actually he did do a better job protecting his second serve, Rune, 63%, because he was being way more aggressive with it, and Medvedev wasn't actually hurting him much on the second serve return, but. Yeah, and then once Medvedev, I felt like in several big moments, Medvedev came up clutch with his first serve, like 5-all, 30-40, for example, in the second set, ace down the tee. Rune had no read on it. I also felt like maybe at times Rune dropped his forehand a little bit too short, and he was maybe getting exposed a little bit, because Medvedev has upped his forehand speed, and he's actually playing more offensive than some players are expecting. Because before, I think, particularly last year, he was more of a massage artist, where he would just sort of punch the ball around on his forehand, redirect really well, but he couldn't really generate a lot of his own pace. Now I feel like he's really doing that. He's actually putting a lot more topspin, a lot more loop, and it's become like a real significant weapon. Like, I mean, against Tsitsipas, he was averaging over 80 miles per hour on that forehand. So I was like, and he was doing that sort of, you kind of expect that on faster courts, he'd get more help from the court in doing so, but and I just feel like even on clay in heavier conditions with where he doesn't have to slide as much, maybe because it's been wet and it's a lot slower. It's like playing in mud, basically. It's almost more hard court-esque with the dirt. But it's amazing though that he actually won this title.
I want to get a rundown, Vanch. You don't need to give me an explanation. You just tell me your 5 favorites for the French Open and in the order that you think they are right now. If you were to do a power rankings or your 5 favorites, who would they be?
It's very, very close between Carlos and Novak for me, for number 1. But I'll give a slight edge to Carlos. So I'll say Carlos 1, Novak 2, 3. I would have gone with I think I'll go with Rune still. I'll still go with Rune. And then 4th, I'll go with 4th. I still will go with Tsitsipas because I'm backing the pedigree. And then number 5, I think now I'll have to go with Medvedev.
Yep. You know what? I think I have exactly the same. Funny enough, each one, it's a fine margin between each one. But in a way, maybe today's result, as you said, Rune, for me I was pretty comfortable about my first 3 being Alcaraz, Djokovic, Rune. Before going into that final, but that final has put more doubt for me on Rune, for sure. Listen, Vanch, I wanted some hot takes from you. I'm really pleased you gave them to me. Do you want to add anything else regarding today's final?
No, I think I covered it.
I think you did. I've shared your Twitter already. So, Vanch, just remind us of your Twitter handle.
Twitter is @VanchV2K.
Cool. So give Vanch a follow on Twitter if that's where you're at. And make sure you hit this like button and subscribe to the channel. Vanch, of course, also has a podcast, which is just on the verge of... Have we had the first episode yet of Iga and Carlos?
Yep, we had the first episode of the Iga and Carlos tennis show after Madrid. And actually, David and I will be releasing another one this upcoming week on Rome and just our general thoughts of matchups for those two and probably potential French Open talk as well.
Great. So make sure you give the Iga and Carlos show some love, both on the Twitter account, but also as a podcast as well. And I think there may even be plans to turn it into something on YouTube. Both of those players are at slightly different moments in terms of the French Open, but I'm sure you and Damien will be expanding on that very, very shortly. Vanch, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks a lot, John. Good stuff.
Thank you. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And I'll play us out with the usual video. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do. But it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah,
and first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. It's, everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There are with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky, and of course that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay, and you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, you know, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then, you know, they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but, you know, especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. It's, you know, everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, you know, helps with ranking and why certain players, you know, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. You know, it definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, you know, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky, and of course that can be the case in tennis. But basically, you know, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay, and you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You know, you just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about, you know, these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, you know, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you know, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, you know, the best players in the world just, you know, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, you know, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So, you know, for us sitting there, you know, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You know, you're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what you know, whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
There have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012 and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Wawrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the 5th.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or 30-50. I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes up. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, he I am sure that he won. He will win. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he loses. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
If there's, you've been to the French Open final, your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on this surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
You've been to the French Open final, your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on this surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.